Hello, everyone. Welcome to Data Cloud and AI Summit. My name is Jun Yang. I lead our AI team here at Google Cloud. We're at the start of a new era of AI innovation. Consumer-grade generative AI has captured the attentions of millions with intelligent chatbot and lifelike digital avatars. At the heart of this wave of AI innovation, it is about foundation models. So, what is a foundation model? I asked our PaLM model for definition. Here is how it responded. Foundation models are large AI models that can be adapted to a wide range of tasks after being trained on a massive amount of unlabeled data. Pretty good. Couldn't have said it better myself. While AI models are not new, these foundation models have several important characteristics that represent a step function change from the previous generation of AI models. Foundation models are multitask rather than single task. One foundation model can perform a wide range of tasks out of the box, such as summarization, Q&A, classification. Foundation models are generative in nature and capable of generating high-quality text, images, speech, code, and much more. And with zero and minimal training required, foundation model works well out of the box and can be adapted for targeted use cases with very little example data. Foundation model have been years in the making, and Google has been at the very forefront of it. Let me share with you a few key moments, starting with infrastructure. As general-purpose compute began to reach the very limits of physics, deep learning requirements led Google to create the TPU. This specialized hardware has since been made available to Google Cloud customers and allowed teams to innovate with large models. In 2017, Google introduced transformer technology. This spurred the beginning of foundation models and the generative AI innovation. In 2018, BERT, a groundbreaking large language model, was introduced to the world. Later, DeepMind evolved the notion about reinforcement learning, the ability for models to learn from human feedback, which further accelerated the generative AI innovation. These are foundation model breakthroughs that reinforce the rapid democratization of AI and the creation of new category of generative AI application, or what we call Gen Apps. With Gen Apps, organizations can pursue a whole set of new applications and customer experiences. Just as a shift from web application to mobile application made it possible for more people to access information and services from anywhere in the world, anytime, Gen Apps is poised to enhance the way humans interact with technology. While foundation models are powerful and capable, to build enterprise-grade Gen Apps, enterprises need more than just foundation models. At Google Cloud, we're combining the power of foundation model with enterprise search and conversation AI to enable enterprises to be in the driver's seat to define how they want generative AI to surface in their application. For example, every enterprise has a large internal repository of data and will want to generate specific responses from it, rather than just from the general information from the model. Enterprise search complements foundation model to provide up-to-date and targeted information from the internal data alongside with public data. Conversation AI enables enterprises to steer interaction down productive path, not just about information, but also about transaction, to determine when a response should be retrieved from your backend database, like how much is my bill this month, or when a transaction such as pay now should occur. We will talk through a few use cases in just a little bit. To bring generative AI to enterprises, we introduced two platforms recently. First, Gen App Builder is a brand new offering that brings together foundation model with the power of search and conversation AI to enable enterprises to develop new generative AI apps. And Vertex AI is our end-to-end unified ML development and deployment platform, now with its biggest update yet with generative AI support. A range of foundation models are made available to developers and data scientists. Developers benefit from easy API access, and data scientists have a full suite of tuning options for customizing these foundation models. Now let's go ahead and take a look at some of the generative AI use cases in enterprise. Let me introduce Lisa O'Malley, one of our leaders in product management, who will take us through some amazing demos. Lisa, welcome.
Hi, June. Great to be here.
Yeah. Lisa, what have you been hearing from our customers about their ideas for generative AI?
You know, June, our customers have so many interesting ideas with remarkable potential for business value. And across all the conversations, many common themes emerge. To start, when online interactions become more conversational and human-like, it creates an opportunity for you to better connect with your customers, employees, and partners. Let's take a look at how generative AI can transform the customer experience. Even more exciting is that Gen Apps will be incredibly easy to build, which means more people than ever will be able to create experiences like you just saw. Let me show you how by using our new Gen App Builder. Let's start by adding the company's URL and some business documents like these how-to guides and policies. The data is stored in the company's private, protected environment, and Google will only use it with the company's permission. Using Gen App Builder, you can either power an enterprise search experience, a conversational chat experience, or both. In this case, let's choose Chat and hit Create. The custom multi-turn conversation bot is ready. It's that simple. The bot comes with granular control over generated responses. Here, for example, you can choose what types of responses to allow, or even set specific terms that you do not want to appear. You can also disable generated responses completely at any time, and the bot can still answer complex questions thanks to Google's search technology. For now, let's leave it on. As you saw in the video, the bot doesn't just provide information, it can also actually complete transactions for the user as well. Pre-built flows cover common interactions like check order status, explain bill, or book an appointment, and these can be added to the bot with a single click. If you wanted to build your own transaction flow, you can choose either a simple graph-based interface to define high-level business logic, or you can choose to leverage prompt-based flow creation to specify logic using just natural language instructions. In either option, AI dynamically handles all of the potential paths the user might take, making development dramatically faster and easier. Now I'm ready to test the bot. Awesome, this looks great. Out-of-the-box integrations make it easy for you to launch your bot to your website and popular messaging apps. I can also connect with telephony partners. I'm choosing website. It's easy to get the widget deployment code, and now you're ready to deploy.
Wow, Lisa, that's such a great use case. And just about every enterprise could benefit from having a virtual assistant to deliver better experiences for their customers, partners, employees. It's great to see that developers can leverage Gen App Builder to build Gen apps with ease.
Absolutely, totally agree, June. Now, let's talk about another use case. Many organizations have huge knowledge bases and want to leverage generative AI capabilities for fast, effective Q&A with their data. Let's take a look at how we can make complex data more accessible and more useful.
I'm an analyst at Symbol Investments, a fictional company. Today, I need to do detailed research to assess the semiconductor market in order to build an investment strategy. In the past, this might have taken me days, but my team just launched a new research application powered by Gen App Builder, and I'm excited to see how it can help me save time. I know some basic facts about the industry. For example, that there has been a global semiconductor shortage. So I start by asking in plain language which industries have been most impacted. Now, with one single prompt and interface, I can see a variety of responses from both the internal and external data sources that my company has provided. Each entry has an AI-generated summary to help me quickly understand what's important within it. Here, I see a comprehensive analysis written by a well-respected in-house analyst at Symbol, and I want to dig in further. On the left, you see automatically generated section headers, known as facets, which make browsing super simple. My organization subscribes to some top financial journals that will add important color to this topic. So I go to the application settings to make sure these results are also included in my search. Here, I can easily connect to a variety of data sources based on my organization's needs. I'm also going to enable a synthesized summary to help contextualize findings. Now that I've included additional sources, I want to ask a follow-up question on interest rates, since that was the focus of the article I just read. You can see here that the synthesized summary concisely explains the findings. In this case, it helps me understand that despite the supply shortages and rising rates, the demand for semiconductors is expected to remain strong long-term. With just 2 queries, I'm already starting to get a perspective on the industry that I can share with my manager. Using my company's new search application powered by Gen App Builder, I was able to find relevant and up-to-date information with just a few simple clicks and prompts, making my research faster and easier than ever.
Now I can show you how easy it is to create this with Gen App Builder. Let's get started by following the same steps for data ingestion that we just walked through for creating the chatbot. The URL and business files are preloaded here. From there, we select Enterprise Search and hit Create. Gen App Builder creates a search engine in minutes. It's that easy. Now we want to quickly preview the out-of-the-box experience, which we can do right here. We can click on a recommended sample search the application provides for testing. This works well, but we can customize it further, so let's do that. Here you can create rules for tuning the search experience. For example, if you wanted to return more information about US-based companies, you could boost that search parameter. You also have granular control over the widget UI settings, like the ability to enable or disable facets, summarization, autocomplete, and more. Everything looks great. And once again, it's easy to get the widget deployment code, and we're ready to deploy. Your AI practitioners can also tune and develop AI ML models in Vertex to incorporate their organization's own embeddings and knowledge graph data. All this can be easily imported into the enterprise search experience. To summarize, bringing together foundation models, conversational capabilities, and search, we can create really powerful Gen app experiences that are enterprise-ready. We just saw how you can use Gen App Builder to provide helpful, factual, up-to-date information, go beyond text interactions to full multimodality, combine structured flows with conversations, and transact instead of just inform. And you can do all of this in minutes.
Lisa, thank you for the great demo and showcasing how generative AI can be at work for enterprises.
Thanks for having me, June. I really enjoyed it.
Now I have one more use case to show you. For this use case, we will leverage generative AI for content creation in enterprises. Not just any content creation, but content creation with your organization's brand voice, personality, by customizing foundation models. Let's jump right in. All right, I'm going to go ahead and build an application for my marketing team that can generate custom copies and images for Symbol, a fictional company. First, I'll create a custom large language model for Healthy Snacks, one of Symbol's brands. This will serve as a backbone for content generation. In Vertex AI, there's a new feature, Model Garden, where I can select from a variety of models, including foundation models, built by Google, open source models, and even third-party models. For this application, I'm going to go ahead and choose one of Google's foundation model, Palm Bison Text. Next, I'll tune my model to create a custom foundation model for my business. For extensive training, I can select Fine-Tune. This results in changes to the model's weights, and is a great option for data scientists who needs to produce outputs with specialized results, like legal or medical vocabulary. But since I'm creating a simple marketing app for content generation, that's not necessary. I'll just go ahead and prompt tune this model. In the simple tuning interface, I'll upload some of my company's data using documents that were written in the brand voice, like press releases, tweets, and blog posts. My uploaded data is stored in my company's environment, so I know that's protected. I know that Google will only use my data with my permission and for the tasks I specify. After I've customized the model, I can test it and ensure I'm getting the results I want without leaving Vertex AI. This allows me to iterate quickly. I deploy my model to get a custom API endpoint that will make it easy in the marketing app. The marketing application also needs to generate and edit images so that every social post has a picture. And we'll also deploy an image model via an API. Vertex AI's managed endpoints makes it easy to build into my application with just a few line code, just like any other Google Cloud API. I don't need to worry about the complexities of provisioning storage, compute resources, or optimizing models for inferences. It all just works. With Vertex AI's developer-friendly tools, you've seen how easy it is to customize and deploy foundation models at scale. Now let's take a look at this application in action. We built a campaign for Symbol Healthy Snacks, highlighting the ingredients of its most popular granola bar. Generative AI makes simple text prompts really powerful. For example, using a simple prompt, I can describe the image I would like, add a sentence or two about the desired content, and click Generate. And here we go. With the power of generative AI, I now have custom social media, blog post, email campaign post that I can use across all of my marketing channels. From there, I can refine further. I can edit my images. I can make changes to the content. I can make text edits directly. I'm going to go ahead and select the pairing of images and the text that I like. And done. This shows you how generative AI support on Vertex AI allows you to leverage foundation models with developer-friendly APIs, access to Google's latest generative AI models, and the ability to tune, deploy, and manage models. This is just a taste what Google Cloud generative AI capability can do for you, and we are just at the very beginning of the era of Gen apps. Let's recap the 3 categories of use cases we saw today. First, when we think about how to make online interaction more conversational, more human-like, and helpful, the potential for improving customer experiences, engagement, and loyalty is immense. Second, the ability to intuitively interact with complex data across sources means you can better enable your teams with business and industry insights. Third, content generation gives people the ability to turn their creative ideas into targeted content rapidly. This is all made possible by bringing together foundation models, conversation AI, and enterprise search. Since our launch 2 weeks ago, we have seen such incredible demand from our customers. We're so excited to be working with these leading customers, partners, and more to help them realize this tremendous opportunity with generative AI. When Google Cloud brings new AI advances to our products, our commitment is twofold. Deliver transformative capabilities while ensuring the proper protection are in place for our customers, their users, and society at large. Our AI principle, established in 2017, form a living constitution that guides our approach to building advanced technology, conducting research, and drafting our policies. Our new generative AI offering are no exceptions. Factuality and freshness is met by providing the right sourcing and attribution while serving the most relevant information. And we ensure enterprise needs are met by providing choices and control, including data isolation and privacy. Private data is kept private and is not used for foundation model training without your permission. Organizations always maintain control over where the data is stored and how and if it's used. Our customers also benefit from an open ecosystem. Our partners are ready to support generative AI at every layer of the stack, from the chip makers, to the technology providers, to the app builders, to the service providers. Together, we're committed to make our enterprise customers take advantage of generative AI. Today, we're excited to highlight a deeper partnership with NVIDIA to provide our customers with high-performance AI infrastructure for generative AI and other modern workloads, like augmented reality, video streaming, robotics, and more. Together with NVIDIA, our goal is to help our customers run generative AI workloads with greater efficiency, reduced cost, and more choice. Now please welcome Ian Buck, who will share more details on how Google Cloud and NVIDIA are helping organizations innovate in this Gen Up era.
Thanks, June. We're excited to be partnering with Google Cloud to help companies accelerate generative AI and other modern AI workloads in a cost-effective, energy-efficient, and sustainable way. Our partnership focuses on the latest AI models and accelerated computing for AI inference, training, data analytics, video processing, and integration with open-source software tools. Google Cloud is the first cloud provider to offer the L4 Tensor Core GPU, which is purpose-built for generative AI inference, visualization, and video applications. We're also excited to be bringing the H100 Tensor Core GPU onto Google Cloud for large-scale training of the most challenging models. Google Cloud's new generative AI capabilities with Vertex AI, combined with the power of NVIDIA L4 and H100 GPUs, will make it easier for customers to build applications that leverage large, complex models. And we're excited to offer NVIDIA AI Enterprise, a software suite with application frameworks and pre-trained models available inside the Google Cloud Marketplace. This offering helps customers build AI applications faster and with enterprise-grade support directly from NVIDIA. We're also thrilled that Google Cloud now offers the GPU-accelerated Apache Spark on Dataproc. This uses the NVIDIA Rapids library to dramatically increase AI, ML, and ETL workloads without any code change. The strategic partnership with NVIDIA and Google Cloud is just the beginning of what the enterprise world is going to activate with AI. And we look forward to the ongoing collaboration to bring generative AI services and accelerated cloud computing to Google Cloud's customers.
Thank you, Ian and NVIDIA, for ongoing support and collaboration. We can't wait to see what Gen apps you're going to build with Google Cloud. To sign up for early access, please join the Trusted Tester program and visit g.co/cloud/trustedtester. And stay tuned for the Data Cloud keynote with my colleagues Garrett and Andy. And stick around for more sessions on generative AI for the rest of the day. Thank you so much for joining us today. Bye-bye.
Welcome to our customers and partners, and thank you for joining our third annual Data Cloud and AI Summit. I'm Garrett Katzmeier, and in today's keynote, I will be covering the latest innovations in data analytics and AI. And I'm joined by Andy Gutmans, who will take us through the latest innovations in our database services. But let us start with what matters most: how you, our customers, unlock your data advantage with Google's Data Cloud. Woolworths has seen huge improvements in their NPS by migrating from Hadoop to BigQuery and improving their time to insights from 5 hours down to just 3 seconds. Lufthansa Group subsidiary Swiss International Airlines, they saved $7 million and over 8,000 tons of CO2 in 2022 by optimizing their operations with data and AI. And Soundtrack, your brand, runs machine learning models against their catalog of 100 million songs, with up to a 140 times performance improvement. We are so proud of how you, our customers, transform your businesses with our Data Cloud. Now looking forward, 2023 is a year of both exciting innovations and big challenges. And there are 3 big priorities that we have heard from you. First, you need flexibility for predictable and unpredictable data needs with optimal financial control. You need to work with data across enterprises in a privacy-safe way. And you need a faster time to value in all of your data projects. So let us start with achieving optimal flexibility. We worked hard to push the boundaries in BigQuery serverless architecture and its storage technology to turn them into an advantage for you. So today, we are excited to announce BigQuery editions with 2 groundbreaking innovations to optimize for the best price performance in this industry. With BigQuery editions, you can access different tiers to match your data needs. Standard edition, it's a great choice for new customers, ad hoc SQL workloads, and data exploration. Enterprise Edition offers advanced functionalities such as embedded machine learning, in-memory caching, full-text search, and advanced security features. And Enterprise Plus Edition is for mission-critical workloads with cross-regional high availability. And to give you the options that you need for any scenario, you can mix and match editions across the same data. And to increase predictability and reduce costs, editions offer a single or multi-year discount in addition to our pay-as-you-go option. The first groundbreaking innovation in editions is auto-scaling. Very simply put, customers can scale dynamically to take advantage of BigQuery serverless infrastructure and scale up or scale down in a matter of seconds. So instead of spinning up virtual machines that take time to start and stop and that over-provision capacity and that drive up costs, BigQuery intelligently optimizes performance by dynamically adding resources while your queries are running. Compute resources are added on a fine granular compute unit basis, matching the demands of data workloads in real time. It gives you exactly the capacity when you need it for the time that you need it. And auto-scaling is not only for spiky workloads, it will deliver up to a 40% compute efficiency gain over our current fixed capacity offering. Customers like PayPal are using this market-leading capability to make sure they respond to their business needs dynamically. The second big innovation is with BigQuery storage model. Today, we are announcing compressed storage with BigQuery editions. Compressed storage helps manage costs and grow your data footprint all at the same time, so you can scale your data without ever worrying about costs. And this is the result of over a decade of innovation, and that includes proprietary columnar compression, along with BigQuery's automatic data sorting, clustering, and compaction. Exabeam has gained a compression rate of more than 12:1, and they can store more data at a lower cost, so they can solve the most complex security problems for their customers. All of these innovations provide customers with flexibility, predictability, and price performance advantages to remain agile in the most uncertain times. The second opportunity is opening up your data and increasing the level of financial control, security, and data privacy all at the same time. So let us start with BI. How much have you struggled with inconsistent data? Are your OKRs and KPIs hard to compile? Is data inconsistent, like from one meeting to another? That's what we hear from enterprises. And that's why we are announcing the preview of Looker Modeler, a new way to extend a single source of truth across your enterprise. And Looker's innovative semantic layer and metric layer will allow you to power BI tools such as Power BI, ThoughtSpot, Connected Sheets, Tableau, and Looker Studio, all with trusted data and trusted metrics. This is made possible by a new open SQL interface to the Looker semantic model, and any tool that works with SQL will be able to connect to Looker's modeling service. Looker Modeler works across cloud databases, querying the freshest data possible. And it enables a new level of financial control by allowing you to manage how tables are getting queried, which improves your data privacy, cost, and security. We have also heard that you want to share your data beyond your enterprise boundaries with partners, suppliers, manufacturers, and distributors. And so we have turned to privacy-safe data sharing, an essential in today's globalized, hyper-connected world of business. Today, we are announcing our plans for BigQuery data clean rooms to help the world's largest enterprises to share and match data in a privacy-safe way, without having to move or copy the underlying data. With this new innovation, you will be able to power your ads and marketing networks. In the future, you will be able to use BigQuery data clean rooms to upload your first-party data and combine it with your ads campaign data to improve measurement, all while preserving privacy protections. For healthcare companies, this might enable sharing genomic information across partner networks. Financial services may be able to share highly sensitive data and risk data to detect fraud and support anti-money laundering. With BigQuery data clean rooms and our partners, we will deliver a strong marketing ecosystem. Lytics is a customer data platform built on BigQuery to help customers activate insights across marketing channels. Habu now integrates with BigQuery to provide privacy-safe data orchestration and their own data clean room service. LiveRamp on Google Cloud will enable privacy-centric data collaboration and identity resolution right within BigQuery to drive more effective data partnerships. Now, let us talk about faster time to value for all of your data projects. Let us make migrations fast. Let us make the development of machine learning models easy, and let us make data broadly available. We know the journey to the cloud has been hard. You have to do code rewrites, lifting data, rewriting ETL pipelines. We saw this journey and we have heard your struggles. And we made the journey to the cloud better for you. We focused on delivering migration accelerators and services in June of 2022 that have helped hundreds of customers by automatically translating over 9 million statements of code to BigQuery. CNA Insurance moved a 20-year-old data warehouse to the cloud to gain a global 360 view on all of their data with real-time data feeds into BigQuery. PayPal migrated more than half of their Teradata system, and during peak times, they were processing 1,000 payments per second. With BigQuery, they were able to scale up or down and manage peak times effectively. Now let's move from migration to innovation with the latest machine learning and AI. We are bringing AI and machine learning to all of our users who are working on data. It is time to make data work faster. Just imagine having a conversation with your enterprise data. By leveraging the work that June spoke about earlier, we are embedding generative AI right into data and analytics workflows. In the months ahead, you can access preview features that will bring generative AI right into BigQuery. And that includes new integrations with Vertex AI to use foundation models, easily accessible from BigQuery for all of your text and document data. And beyond text analysis, imagine assistive data exploration. Imagine a no-code experience to write SQL. Imagine an intelligent developer assistance, and much more. Yes, it is all coming to BigQuery, so watch this space. The best thing is that you can start right now. In fact, built-in machine learning usage in BigQuery has grown 200% in the past year, with hundreds of millions of models in test and in production. And to bring machine learning to your data, we are announcing new innovations to BigQuery machine learning for model inference. This includes state-of-the-art pre-trained Vertex AI models, imported models from frameworks such as PyTorch, or an option to host your own model right within Vertex AI. But we can't do it all alone. Together with our partners, we are stronger. And we are excited to announce that we are growing the data ecosystem to give you more choice and flexibility. Today, over 900 partners put their trust in Google's Data Cloud. Our partner Crux Informatics will make over 1,000 new datasets available on Analytics Hub, with plans to increase it to over 2,000 this year. Starburst has partnered with us to enable customers to query data anywhere across cloud data lakes or on-premise sources. DataRobot brings their notebook experience to build machine learning models faster and speed up the time of experimentation. Neo4j integrates their graph database for advanced graph analysis and outlier detection. And ThoughtSpot on Google Cloud provides AI search capabilities to help users search and retrieve insights at speed. Thank you to all of our partners for enabling an open, unified, and intelligent data ecosystem. With all of the innovations that we have delivered today, we know that you can achieve a greater flexibility with control for predictable and unpredictable needs, privacy-safe data sharing and governed insights across your enterprise, and a fast time to transformational business value. So now let's hear more from Andy Gutmans on our strategy for building intelligent, data-rich applications.
Thanks, Garrett. Today, every organization is going through some form of digital transformation. And at the heart of this always-on, digitally connected world are mission-critical data-driven applications. Powering these applications are operational databases that must be reliable, available, performant, and secure. At Google Cloud, our mission is to provide a unified, open, and intelligent data cloud that helps every organization transform their business. Our Google database engines support open standards, are designed for the cloud, and are proven to power some of the most demanding workloads on the planet. For example, Spanner consistently processes over 2 billion requests per second with customers like Walmart and Kroger. Bigtable has more than 10 exabytes of data under management, with customers such as Equifax, and Firestore apps power more than 1 billion monthly active end users using Firebase Auth, with customers like Forbes. This is why customers put their trust in Google Cloud databases. Sabre, a travel technology company, chose Bigtable and Spanner as the foundation for their airline reservation system, which serves more than 1 billion travelers annually. We believe that open data ecosystems are at the heart of digital transformation. We're committed to open source and open standards and offer managed services that are fully compatible with the most popular open source engines, such as Cloud SQL for MySQL and Postgres, and Memory Store for Redis. In an IDC survey, Cloud SQL customers achieve an average 3-year ROI of 246%, thanks to the value and efficiencies this fully managed service delivers. And therefore, it's no surprise that more than 90% of Google Cloud's top 100 customers use Cloud SQL. One example, Manhattan Associates, whose technology connects 2 billion people to 20 billion consumer choices, runs hundreds of Cloud SQL instances. By moving to a managed service, they were able to reduce unplanned downtime by 83%, while continuing to deliver exceptional availability on their SaaS platform. Our commitment to open source and open standards even helps you break free from legacy proprietary databases with expensive and restrictive licensing. The Renault Group needed to modernize their entire portfolio and migrated 70 in-house applications from Oracle to Cloud SQL. The migration has now resulted in lower costs and 3 times improvement in performance. And just last year, we introduced AlloyDB, our fully managed Postgres-compatible database built to help you cost-effectively modernize from legacy proprietary databases or scale existing Postgres workloads. In our performance tests, AlloyDB is more than 4 times faster than standard Postgres and 2 times faster than Amazon's comparable Postgres-compatible service for transactional workloads. Since its initial launch, AlloyDB is now generally available across 22 regions, with added capabilities such as point-in-time recovery, cross-region replication, and integrations with DataStream and database migration service. Let me tell you about a couple of customers who've already realized many of the benefits of AlloyDB. B4A, a Brazilian beauty technology company, migrated their databases from Microsoft SQL Server to AlloyDB and saw performance accelerate by 90% across their queries. Fluidify, a Web3 platform providing auditable, decentralized financial data, migrated 2 billion Web3 analytics insights from Amazon Aurora to AlloyDB and has seen 3 times faster performance and 60% lower cost in bringing their data feed directly to the BigQuery community. We want to help ensure you have the best experience when using partner solutions with AlloyDB. So today, we're excited to announce the launch of Google Cloud Ready for AlloyDB, a program that recognizes partner solutions that have met stringent integration requirements with AlloyDB. You can now save time and money associated with product evaluations and focus more time on modernizing your database estate. So many customers want to get off legacy databases. Sometimes they can't move as fast as they want. Their workloads are restricted to on-premises data centers due to regulatory or data sovereignty requirements. Or they may be running their application at the edge, such as a retail store. Customers tell us they want to eliminate unfriendly licensing relationships, expensive fees, and vendor lock-in faster than they're able to replatform everything to the cloud. And they asked us to find a path to support in-place modernization with AlloyDB as a stepping stone to full cloud migration. What customers want is the support of a Tier 1 provider and the performance and manageability needed to accelerate their modernization initiatives. So we decided to do something unusual for a cloud provider. We decided to take some of the best of AlloyDB, the best of our high-end enterprise support capability, and deliver a high-performance, downloadable version of AlloyDB that customers can leverage for in-place database modernization as part of their journey to the cloud. Today, I'm thrilled to announce the technology preview of AlloyDB Omni, a Google-supported, high-performance downloadable Postgres database at a fraction of the cost of legacy databases. That's right, AlloyDB Omni meets customers wherever they are, including on premises, at the edge, on developer laptops, in any cloud. In addition, AlloyDB Omni will also be supported in Google Distributed Cloud Hosted for customers who need to run it in isolated environments. Powered by the engine underlying the AlloyDB cloud service, AlloyDB Omni is more than 2 times faster than standard Postgres for transactional workloads and delivers up to 100 times faster analytical queries. AlloyDB Omni will offer integrations with Vertex AI, our AI and ML platform, to enable model inferencing directly within the database transaction. Developers will simply call Vertex AI models using SQL to power their intelligent transactions. Are you ready to try AlloyDB Omni? You can download the tech preview today and give it a spin. We look forward to your feedback. With AlloyDB Omni, customers can now modernize their legacy databases in place as part of their journey to the cloud. Now we know database migrations can be daunting, so we've invested in a comprehensive database migration program to give you confidence and ensure that your experience is fast, easy, and cost-effective. Every migration journey starts with an assessment of your databases. A proper assessment analyzes the workload characteristics, complexity, risk, and cost associated with each database migration. As part of the database migration program, we're excited to announce Google Cloud's new database migration assessment tool, which provides easy-to-understand reports that demonstrate the effort required to move to one of our Postgres databases, whether AlloyDB or Cloud SQL. As you can see, these reports help identify which databases can be automatically migrated, partially automated, or need more significant refactoring. Deeper analysis shows details on database workload characteristics that are used to make recommendations for the target database. It even estimates the migration effort, the cost, and the anticipated return on investment for the migration. Our tooling and methodologies are complemented with deep expertise by our partners, our professional services, and our migrations black belt team. Our database migration program brings all these great resources together, along with special incentive funding to offset some of your migration costs. If you're interested in accelerating your move to Google Cloud databases, contact us today. As you can see from all we've spoken about today, building a unified, open, and intelligent data cloud is core to our strategy, enabling intelligence throughout your organization. To all our customers, thank you. We're so grateful that you're all on this journey with us. Tune in to all our sessions at the Data Cloud and AI Summit for more details on the announcements you've heard today. And dive into our breakout and partner sessions and access hands-on content on the website. And finally, join our Data Cloud Live event series happening in a city near you. Thank you.
Hello, and welcome to the Gen AI App Builder session at Data Cloud and AI Summit. My name is Kalyan Pumarthi, and I'm a product manager on the Google Cloud AI team. Joining me today, I have my colleague Benazir Fateh, machine learning specialist customer engineer at Google Cloud. Thank you for joining me.
Thanks, Kalyan. Always a pleasure to work with you.
Likewise. All right, let's dive in. Large language models promise an incredible opportunity for industries to innovate and create new business value. They enable companies to reach larger audiences and enable knowledge workers to access complicated information faster. Here, we'll be discussing how generative AI will enable enterprises to engage with their internal and external customers, and how developers can build generative applications like never before. Chat, search, and generative AI are all powerful tools in the enterprise. Yet they can be challenging to implement and create wonderful customer experiences. For example, users now expect to be able to describe an idea imperfectly, with technology being able to anticipate their needs and provide personalized service. Consumers are moving from a simple query and response to a more human-like conversational experience by using words, images, and sounds as we do in the real world. And with these changes, consumers still expect to have a safe, trusted, and credible online experience. These new ways of interacting with technology present many challenges in the enterprise. Legacy systems still provide rigid experiences and limited customer understanding. They're hard to scale, complex to maintain, and don't provide a high-quality user experience. Overall, it could be difficult to deploy technologies to achieve business impact in a cost-effective, fair, and ethical way. Now, chat, search, and generative AI independently add a lot of value in the enterprise. For example, conversational AI is wonderful when you can have human-like interactions to solve problems and find information. Enterprise Search AI is useful when you can scale a wide range of siloed data to retrieve accurate and credible information. And generative AI is quickly becoming the path to creating new content and experiences to delight your customers. But when you bring all these capabilities together, it enables enterprise developers to build even more delightful user experiences. We recently announced GenAI App Builder Platform, which brings together the power of conversation, search, and generative AI to the enterprise. Let's walk through how you can use this new platform to create transformative applications powered with your data within minutes. Take it away, Benazir.
Thank you, Kalyan. Hi, I'm Benazir Fateh, an ML specialist customer engineer at Google Cloud. To get started with generative AI app builder, you can start with a domain name, point to a storage location, or upload documents. You can choose to create a chatbot, a search experience, or both, as these two commonly work together. So let's choose our adventure and start with a chat experience. Let's walk through the user experience of a chatbot built by the fictitious retailer Symbol Bikes and discuss how it was built. A consumer on the Symbol Bikes website asks about investing in a bike that would be good for triathlons and for commuting in the New York City. The bot takes into account both use cases for the bike and provides an answer. The sources of the answer is cited, and the consumer is navigated to the road bike section of the site, where the suggested bikes are displayed. When the consumer asks about handlebar materials and the answer is not found on the site, the bot pulls from publicly available websites or general knowledge of the AI model to answer. Later in the conversation, the consumer asks how one of the road bikes compares to their current bike. The bot allows them to upload a picture and is quickly able to recognize the model of the bike based on that image. Next, a comparison table is dynamically generated, presenting the answer to the question in the best format, based on this user and their question. After comparing bikes, the consumer is still not quite ready to complete the purchase. The bot creates a summary of the conversation for the user to take away and reconsider. This summary can also be used when the consumer comes back to the site in the future. When the consumer asks for suggestions on a plan for a day of biking that includes ocean views and is within 2 hours of New York City, the bot creates a personalized itinerary to help inspire the consumer. Let's step out of the user experience and talk about the configuration options that were used to build this. The developer of this experience enabled generative responses to be sourced from the Symbol Bikes websites, other publicly available websites, and general knowledge from the AI model. In this example, both summarized answers from the site's content and newly generated answers were enabled. Another option would have been to ground answers only in the content from the Symbol Bikes website, and documents, but enable generative responses like summarization. In addition, there are other detailed settings like restricting terms and topics that are also available to developers. Coming back to the user experience, when the consumer returns to the site, they are greeted in context of their last visit by being asked if they have any other question about the road bike that they were considering before. In a single response, the consumer says they want to buy the bike and asks if local delivery is offered and states the delivery time that works best for them. The bot can understand all of this, and it responds with delivery options that meet the user's requested time frame. As you can see, we have moved beyond just providing answers to a user's questions, and now we are helping them complete transactions, like in this case, making a purchase and booking a delivery appointment. Let's look at how a developer can enable the bot to complete tasks like placing orders and scheduling appointments. Generative AI App Builder provides step-by-step conversation orchestration with 3 ways to add these type of task flows to your bot. 1. Pre-built flows cover common tasks like authentication, checking an order status, and more. You can drag and drop them onto a canvas and complete a basic form to enable them. Second, you can describe what needs to be done and what information to collect using natural language. And third, you can visually map out business logic and include the pre-built and custom tasks you created. The graph is simple as the AI handles guiding the user conversation. Now that we've covered generative AI for chat experiences, Kalyan will show you how to put the enterprise chat search experience into action.
That's right. Next in our adventure, we'll showcase an enterprise search experience. We want to enable developers to imagine and build generative search experiences for many industry applications. Here is an example built for an external customer-facing foodie app. Here, the user wants to search for recipes in the app. They say that they want to cook something vegan with broccoli and carrots. The generative search platform understands their intent in natural language and shows the most relevant search results based on that understanding. Now, the user can also ask follow-up questions. In this example, we see the user providing a location on a map. The search platform understands multimodal inputs. So in this case, the text and the location of the map, and generates personalized recommendations. All these experiences can be built out of the box with the enterprise search platform. Here's another example, this time for an internal search application to support an analyst doing financial research. Let's say they want to search symbols data about the challenges faced by semiconductor companies due to the rising interest rates and inflation. Like before, they can enter their question in natural language, and the search platform understands their intent and searches over symbols data sources to provide relevant search results. These results are grounded with source citations and attributions. The user can also see synthesized summaries generated from data across multiple sources within symbols data. Finally, the platform provides personalized recommendations relevant to the user's search. All of this out of the box without much setup. So what use cases will this platform enable you to build? We see opportunities across a variety of internal and external use cases, addressing the needs of customers, staff, and machines. You can build search experiences for external users on your websites, or internal enterprise or technical applications. The enterprise search application is designed to foundationally support building generative AI applications for any information retrieval use cases. The Gen AI App Builder platform for enterprise search will serve application developers and AI practitioners. For application developers who want an easy setup experience, we offer out-of-the-box search and chat features. For search developers who want to personalize and build multimodal capabilities, we offer configurations and more advanced features. And for AI practitioners who want to build on top of the search platform, we have a build-your-own search mode with advanced model training, tuning, and embeddings. Just like with conversational AI, all of the features and capabilities will be easily configurable and controllable. We can manage these configurations for features such as faceting and autocomplete, summarization, and conversational experiences. And while you change these settings, you can see a preview of these configurations to the right. And of course, enterprise search will integrate with the Vertex AI platform, where an AI practitioner can leverage their institution's domain knowledge to build their own search models, embeddings, and knowledge graphs. Now, these customizations can then be exported to the GenAI app builder to power the enterprise search engines. Generative AI app builder is where Google's latest foundational models, enterprise search, and conversation AI capabilities all come together to help you easily build credible, controllable, and customizable next-gen experiences. I want to thank you for joining me today, Benazir, and discussing the GenAI app builder. And thank you to all our viewers for joining for the GenAI app builder session for the Data Cloud and AI Summit. Until next time.
And welcome to Build, Customize, and Deploy Foundation Models in Vertex AI session. My name is Keelan McDonald, and I'm a product manager in Cloud AI.
And I'm Warren Barkley. I thought we'd start with like a brief history of AI to just talk a little bit about some of the background that exists there. And so large language models have really kicked off this new era of technology innovation and this whole new world for developers and AI practitioners. So let's just kind of go back a few years and see where we were and now where we are. In the early days, you had these small models that were specifically made for specific tasks. And so those specific tasks were not very elastic. It's things like, I'm going to train something for time series prediction or things like that. And so you spent a lot of time making sure that you're optimizing these models for one thing. Moving on into like 2015 to 2020, what we saw was that this invention of transformer models. Transformer models did a couple things. One is it really made it much more easy to customize these models. They were much more elastic, and you could use them for different domains. And so it was relatively straightforward on how to do this. But we still weren't kind of there yet until we got to really 2022, where we started to see compute get more efficient and effective. And so, things like TPUs, which we had had for a while, really allow inference to happen at scale and with kind of the cost effectiveness that needed to happen. Today we have models that are from 1 billion to like hundreds of billions of parameters, and they don't necessarily need to be trained per task. And so a lot of the efficiency is how do you actually do that with these huge things and do that at a way at scale that doesn't cost, an arm and a leg. And so we really got to that place in 2022. So now where we are today, is that we're actually releasing these models for everybody to use and kind of really democratize the ability for people to use these models in ways that are cost effective, that you can innovate in your business with them.
And this is where generative AI on Vertex AI comes in. So Vertex AI is Google Cloud's end-to-end ML platform that helps data science teams across businesses fast-track ML model development and deployment, from feature engineering to model training to low-latency inference, all with enterprise-class governance and monitoring. So Vertex has been offering builders a convenient ML platform for training and deploying custom ML models for years, and now we are excited to be expanding our offerings with a model garden to help practitioners discover models and launch their own AI projects. This model garden will include Google's own state-of-the-art foundation models, as well as third-party and open source models, as well as our many pre-trained task-specific models, like translation and speech-to-text. We'll also be introducing generative AI APIs to help our developers access our large language models, either for out-of-the-box use or to tune for custom tasks. Vertex Generative AI combines Google's exceptional model quality with enterprise security and deployment support. Like all Google AI products, Vertex Generative AI is also built on our responsible AI principles, ensuring that we provide our users with the highest standard of information integrity and safety. And the Vertex AI platform gives you as the developer the tools and resources necessary to tune and serve these large models. By using Vertex AI, you automatically inherit the enterprise compliance and readiness that comes with the Vertex ML platform. And you get to focus on the creative and value-add aspects of your work by abstracting away the underlying infrastructure complexity. This includes the ability to customize and optimize your model through prompt tuning, fine-tuning, and distillation. First up, let's talk about prompt tuning. Prompts are how we guide the model to generate useful output using natural language rather than programmed languages. Different prompt formulations can lead to different results, so prompt engineers can experiment and adjust to find the best prompt to solve their particular task. Next, we have fine-tuning. Fine-tuning is a bit more robust. It involves further training a model on additional data to get the model to perform better at a specific task. With fine-tuning, you actually modify the weights of the model to improve performance. If you have a domain-specific labeled data set, this can help you get higher quality results on narrow jobs, such as summarizing legal contracts versus summarizing just any generic text. And finally, we'll offer distillation. The goal of distillation is to train a much smaller student model that's more appropriate for a production environment while still retaining the quality of the teacher model that you originally fine-tuned. Distillation involves transferring knowledge from larger models to smaller models that solve the same task but use far fewer parameters, which makes them a lot less expensive and a lot more efficient, while maintaining the same quality of the response of the large language model. Especially when models make that leap from lab settings to real-world deployments, this can be especially important for developers. Distillation helps developers meet performance, latency, and throughput benchmarks at the time of inference on real-world data. And now, Warren, maybe you can tell us a little bit about the 6 new APIs.
Yeah, absolutely. So our priority is really offering a wide choice of new foundation models. And so we often forget that there's more than just text out there. And so we want to create some APIs that actually allow you to access, as a developer, these different models. We start with text, which is relatively straightforward. So something like, the ability to summarize and do kind of this few-shot prompting. And so we'll have APIs for that. Next one is code generation. Now, code generation is pretty cool because it's the ability for you to use natural language and say, build me this thing, and it'll generate a bunch of code for you. And that really opens up, productivity for developers in interesting ways. Next, we have image and video. We remember that you can generate images and video. So if you want to say, do 30 seconds of me running through the forest or something like that, it'll actually generate brand new images, brand new video for that. And of course, dialogue. So dialogue, back and forth dialogue models that allow you to build different types of chat functionality. And code completion. So code generation, I could tell it, hey, generate me a bunch of code. Code completion is, while I'm typing code, it actually finishes and actually finds bugs in my code so you can know what the errors are and really diagnose it quickly. Embeddings, lastly, is really the ability to kind of get this high-quality semantic information from unstructured data. And it opens up all sorts of interesting things like recommendations and search and things like that. And so we're going to offer all these as APIs for developers to use.
So you've seen now that large models are supercharging the value of Vertex. And we have customers like CNA who've been using Vertex to manage their ML models and ML ops for years, now being able to achieve even more value by hosting and tuning large models using that exact same toolkit. So in summary, Vertex Generative AI is for you, the builder. From our centralized model hub to our robust tooling around tuning, distillation, and deployment to our pre-trained APIs, Vertex is designed to be a one-stop shop for practitioners working with and building on LLMs. So Warren, why don't I turn it over to you to see what this looks like in action?
Awesome. I'd love to do a demo for you. Generative AI support in Vertex offers really the simplest way for developers and data science team to access and tune, deploy foundation models like PaLM in a way that provides the most choice and control. Let's dive in and check out the Generative AI Studio, which has this new capability that we built within Vertex, where developers can access prompt design, prompt tuning capabilities, followed by Model Garden, which allows data scientists to fine-tune foundation models. First, I'll show you how a developer can tune with text prompts in generative AI. Then we'll review some more advanced tuning options. Let's design a prompt to generate a multimedia campaign based on a value proposition for a brand called Healthy Snack. So let's click on Prompt Design. Then let's design a prompt for a multimedia campaign based on a value proposition, which we've already generated from the Value Snack blog. Notice there's a significant capability to configure the system well beyond the chat interface. So for example, I can control the temperature of the response. Temperature is a parameter used in natural language processing models to increase and decrease confidence in a model and its most likely response. It allows us to determine for the use case whether the model needs to be really more accurate or can generate creative and unusual responses. We'll use Google's latest Palm Bison model to ask for a blog headline, a blog post, Instagram caption, and some hashtags. Let's click Submit. Okay, let's enter that prompt now. So here we have a blog headline, a blog post, and Instagram content for a multimedia campaign. And Generative AI Studio provides a symmetrical user experience, so whatever you do in the UI, you can show in the code. So if we click on View Code here, you can see all the codes right there in Python, and you can just cut and paste that out right into an application or an endpoint. Generative AI is a lot more than chat, though, of course, a lot more than text summarization as well. So let's click into some of the other capabilities. So Vision AI has this ability to generate images, and we can contextualize simple text prompts to generate different types of images that goes with this marketing campaign that we're working on. So let's go ahead and write a prompt that gives me a visual of a granola bar on a kitchen table, and let's just hit generate. So what do we get? We get 6 different images that I can use for my campaign. And this is kind of part of the power of multimodality. You can bring these things together in amazing ways. So let's click one of them and see what we can do. So click the top one here. Initially, the image is powerful. What's more impressive is that I can edit this with natural language. So I don't have to use some fancy editing tools, but I just want to add honey dripping from a spoon in the background. So I just type that right here, click generate, and you can see I edited the image. And now I have all my content I need for my social media campaign thanks to the power of Vertex Generative Studio. But this is really only the beginning. Along with the studio, we're introducing the Vertex Model Garden. It's a single environment you can use to search and discover Google's models, as well as open source and third-party models. Let's see what happens when we choose a single model, Palm Bison. Click on that and go into the model card. I can see the foundation model right here, and I can choose from multiple ways to customize the model. I can tune it with text prompts like we showed earlier, or if I want more extensive training, I can fine-tune my model that results in changes to the model weights. This is a great option for data scientists who need to produce outputs for specialized results, like legal or medical. But that's not always the case. I can select tuning and customize the model to produce content, which is aligned to my company's brand voice. So if I hit tune here, this in a simple tuning interface, I can upload a small amount of data, my own data, to tune the model. Let's go ahead and give this model a name, Healthy Snacks, LLM, and then let's import this data. I want to use brand voice examples like press releases, tweets, blog posts. So let me go ahead and highlight all these and click them to open them. I upload my data in my company's environment, so I know it's protected. And I'll know that Google will not use my data without my permission for any of these tasks. So once I do that, I get a quick preview of the data showing the inputs and outputs on the right-hand side. And this looks pretty good. So let's go ahead, save time. I've run this previously to make sure the model's ready, and I click tune. Now, from there, you can see all the tuned models I have available and what it's based on, what type of tuning I use, what's the current status. Notice my Healthy Snacks LLM has no endpoint, but that's no problem because Vertex provides a fully integrated platform for model deployment. With just a couple clicks, here we go. Let's deploy this endpoint. So we can deploy that endpoint. Vertex AI's managed endpoints makes it easy to build into my application with a few lines of code, just like any other Google Cloud API. Here I can create a new endpoint that can be used by any of my enterprise applications like Salesforce or ServiceNow, as well as setting things like encryption, logging, model monitoring, and so forth. So I click Create. Our state-of-the-art infrastructure can create an endpoint so quickly, you can begin using it right away. The combination of Generative AI Studio and Model Garden means all your developers, data scientists, machine learning engineers have a full set of tools beyond the simple chat interface that allows you to take advantage of the full power of multimodal generative AI built directly into our end-to-end machine learning platform.
You've now seen how transforming these kinds of technical leaps into products that help billions of people is what Google does best. This is just the beginning of our journey. The best is yet to come, and we invite developers and AI practitioners to partner with us to co-innovate the future. Our community is critical to our ability to innovate, and the large language model's future depends on the feedback and creativity of our users. Thanks for joining us today for Build, Customize, and Deploy Foundation Models in Vertex AI.
So much appreciate you all joining us today in a session. My name is Brandon Young. I'm going to be leading up conversation from Tabnine's point of perspective. And I've got Luis joining me today from CINT, who's going to give some perspective on how this is applied. So why might be the place that we start is code. So one thing, large language models generally work really well with structured sequential data. Code is an easily definable problem state with very clear binary outcome. It's either right or it's wrong. That's a really good starting spot. The second piece is that code is easy to evaluate. And it's easy to evaluate inside of the entire software development lifecycle. And you'll see that going from initial coding in CLIs or anywhere else that you're writing code as a developer, all the way through to the end of that process in software development. AI applies across all of it. The other part that's really important is it's human. So experts, known as developers, of course, can actually tell you whether the output was useful or not useful. And so that close interaction with a developer, with a human, is a key part to making this successful. The last piece that I think we're going to cover briefly is, hey, we have good measurements for these. So because the outcome is pretty straightforward, and we already measure pretty well how well people develop, it's easy to understand the value of this to faster time to market, higher code quality and consistency, faster onboarding, and developer satisfaction. Now, this is a ton of fun, and we can spend some more time here on all the different applications, but perhaps it's a little bit easier if we just jump into a demo and show you what it really looks like.
Underneath the hood, Tabnine has relied on Google Cloud for scalable, fast, and cost-effective technologies to extend our services to over 1 million monthly active users. This is a significant milestone for us, which shows the popularity and effectiveness of our AI-powered code completion technology. Integrations with popular IDEs like VS Code and JetBrains are straightforward and bring measurable uplift in developer productivity. Whether completing code or generating unit tests, Tabnine's features are aimed at making an engineer more productive in a simple and seamless manner. Tabnine works with developers in a flexible and natural way. Some use a conversational style where larger snippets of code are generated, while other devs stay in the flow with the shorter inline suggestions that take some of the hassle out of more boilerplate functions.
So the next question that usually comes up is, I like the technology, I love what generative AI can do, but why is it they're using Tabnine? So let's spend a little bit of time, because this is something we've been passionately pursuing for a better part of a decade. Tabnine is used by over 1 million developers across all sorts of IDEs. We're proud of that, and it matters. Obviously, there's a lot of code that they complete. On average, it can be anywhere from 30 to 40%, higher or lower. And we'll actually get into what this means a little bit later with Luis. But there's probably 3 spaces to this. Innovation through architecture. This matters a lot because these large language models take a lot to train. And Tabnine made the decision to bet on the open source models from Salesforce called T5, AI21. Google's got a bunch of really fun models, Meta. This open network allows us to move much faster on these big, huge base models. They spend a lot of money to build them, and then we apply them to code. The second place that we spend a lot of time on is data. And that data matters in 2 primary ways. First off, Tabnine has made the ethical decision to train only on fully permissive code. This is important because it means that the code that goes into Tabnine is only coming from fully permissive open source code, which means that you can be assured that you're not getting copyrighted or other code that might be actually added into your code base. The second area that matters around data is that we're able to train on your code base. Really good data from your specific company, from your specific use cases, from your specific languages even, are what make this the most powerful. And that's a capability that Tabnine has uniquely pioneered for quite some time. Lastly, security and privacy. That's both security privacy with your data. So when you use Tabnine on GCP, we're not storing or keeping any of your information. And it's also the ability to run that anywhere you want. So you can run Tabnine either on GCP as a SaaS, or you can run it in your own VPC. So that naturally leads us, of course, to the question of, okay, I like Tabnine perhaps, but why are people using it and what's the advantage and how does it fit with GCP? And again, I'm going to use a pretty similar framework. The innovation is why we chose it as Tabnine, and that's because we needed a ton of really high-end compute. We needed to be segmented into a lot of different ways, and that composable capabilities that Google's delivered, not only because they haven't run on Kubernetes, but also because they can segment up GPUs into smaller pieces, leads to both efficiency, it leads to much faster speed, and it allows our customers to take a smaller chunk of compute while they're getting started with Tabnine. And that's important as people jump off. Secondarily, the infrastructure and the backbone is really, really important. So that network is critical because we need sub-second latency out to all our users all over the world. And that's really, really useful. We share the responsibility around AI and data with Google. Great place to train models, great place to serve models. And Google serves a ton of different users in this space. As I said, T5 was trained on it from Salesforce. Awesome spot. That is a consistent process that we love to leverage in with Google, and so do our customers like CI&T. And lastly, of course, security. And where you run it, how you run it, the sovereignty, the security, how you control all that data. Your data is your data, and it needs to be controllable. So rather than spend a little bit of time, let's see how that works in the real world. And to that, I'm going to switch it over to Luis. But we wanted to work with CI&T as Tabnine on GCP because we wanted to understand what this means for a large organization. There's 7,000 plus people all over the globe, and they have to solve problems that all of you are solving. So Luis, give us a little context, a little bit about you, where you all been using it, and kind of where we can go.
Thanks, Brandon. Yeah, as we mentioned, like we've been supporting enterprises with solutions, products, and so on. And alongside with the 7,000 people that you mentioned, most part of the people are developers, and we produce a lot of code. Digital efficiency and find ways to improve the speed how we develop solution is crucial for us, and that's why AI. It's really important and a hot topic for us on how to find more and more ways to bring innovation to our clients in a faster pace. We have been using Tabnine since 2022, and we're using 18 different languages, from Golang to more traditional PHP, Java, JavaScript, and so on. One thing that we see, which was really important for us on the performance side, was that developers use multi-line to explore, but it's the very fast inline that appears to be the primary productivity boost here. 90% of the single line that were suggested by the two were accepted by developers and were used on a daily basis, which represents around 11% of total productivity increase on projects that were using Tabnine in that period, which for us was really good.
And this is interesting because it looks somewhat different than the demo, which is going to probably show a lot more long completions. But the short line completions, particularly for senior developers, is an area that is a really easy pickup and a really easy return to get that developer productivity. But we're excited to kind of take some next steps. Luis, you want to walk us through some fun stuff we're thinking about doing over the next couple of months?
Yeah, absolutely. We see the roadmap and the possibilities of improvements here with the technology. That, first of all, it's train the modeling. As anything related to machine learning, as much as you can give back to the modeling, it will have opportunity to deliver more and more code, even for the multi-line as we were mentioning. So this is one of the secrets to keep using in a better way the tool right now. Second is applicability on teams. We saw that, for instance, junior developer, they were using a lot the tool, even if they are not that comfortable with the language as well, which was a great support. But in CI&T, we develop people before we develop software, and we try to take care with the learning journey in order to support and to be a better developer as well. So find sweet spots that where you can use the tool, at the same time do not disregard the learning process is really important. Compliance and security, it's another important important point that we tackle here. We have clients in industries like life science, healthcare, and banking. And of course, give information to train the model for those industries are a little bit of a challenge. What we can do here is create the same kind of solution under Google Cloud VPC or apply on a DMZ. That might take a little bit longer to train the model, but that is a good solution to use the technology even on those industries. If you're not in that kind of industry, you can go nuts and use all the possibilities. And last but not least, we are really excited in CI&T with the technology. It's just the key to find the sweet spot on use the technology as much as you can, increase productivity, but take a look at all the outcomes that you can have for that.
Luis, we look forward to it. We've got some fun stuff building some custom models for you all on some pretty interesting frameworks that you've already built. Really take that ICAP and make it something that we can continue to accelerate. So we're down that journey. We would love to chat with you, both of us. Feel free to please take a look at tabnine.com if you want to play with the product, of course. But if you're interested in a deeper conversation, please talk to your Google Cloud rep. We'd love to jump in with you, help you plot out our straightforward journey. Again, it's 5-10 minutes to get started, but it's a never-ending journey, and we'd love to be on that with you. So look forward to it. Enjoy the rest of the conference, all the other great talks, and we'll talk to y'all soon.
Hi, my name is Nenshad Bardoliwala, Product Director for Vertex AI. It's an incredible moment to be part of, seeing the explosion in AI today. There's no conversation in enterprise computing where AI isn't at the center. This technology has tremendous potential if you can apply it the right way. The real question is, how do you actually get value out of it? Let's go ahead and take a look. We've been bringing state-of-the-art technologies like these to all of our consumer products for decades. We saw the potential of AI early on and have seen tremendous impact from it. We use it to power our core business, search, from recognizing queries to ranking results to optimizing ads. We use it in photos so our users can find a memory by just describing it. We use it in our Waymo self-driving cars so they can navigate the world. We use it in our data center to double our data center's efficiency. We've also been making these technologies available to the OSS community and Vertex AI customers for years. We have thousands of people focused on developing these technologies, getting them into the products our business relies on, contributing to the community, and perhaps most importantly, making them available to all of you in easy-to-consume ways. We created TensorFlow, a framework for a range of machine learning tasks that helped democratize deep learning for developers. We took advances in AutoML research and productized it. This gives our customers access to our state-of-the-art AI models, including the ability to train those models with their own data. This product is a great starting point for people who aren't expert data scientists, and even for expert data scientists who want to accelerate their productivity. We created transformers and diffusion models, which are the basis of the generative AI revolution. Through these experiences, it's clear that businesses need a solid foundation that facilitates the major milestones for real AI adoption, so that these technologies can be applied to real business problems and needs. These milestones are as follows. First, democratizing access to AI. People across your businesses are inspired by the potential of AI, but you need a foundation that stakeholders can use regardless of their AI expertise. Second, unifying data and AI. Data is siloed in most organizations, and the people who work with your data may not be working with the people who can use it to get value out of AI. You need a foundation that brings your data and people together. And third is operationalizing AI at scale. Most models still aren't in production, and accelerator capacity can be very hard to come by. You need a foundation that simplifies management and governance and has state-of-the-art hardware. We used our consumer product experience over the past couple of decades and our enterprise experience over the past several years to create and launch Vertex AI a couple of years ago, which is the foundation that's needed to not only access the state-of-the-art technology, but to make sure your businesses can efficiently and effectively get it into product. We've been excited about the state-of-the-art technologies for years, and we're more motivated than ever to keep bringing them to you through Vertex AI's Model Garden and Generative AI Studio. Our no-code and low-code workflows help your least AI-experienced developers contribute. Our common data and AI notebook interface brings everything together for your data analysts and your data scientists to be productive and collaborate. And our custom training, tuning, deployment, and ML ops provide everything your teams need to get all your models into production responsibly and at any scale. We've seen tremendous industry adoption of Vertex AI over the past couple of years. These are only a sample of use cases that many of our existing customers are getting tremendous value out of across a variety of industries, including retail, healthcare, financial services, and more. People are very excited about the possibilities of generative AI, and this is inspiring a wave of new use cases and even new customers. Now that Vertex AI has been out for a couple of years, we really wanted to get a sense for the overall value our customers are getting. So we commissioned Forrester Research to conduct a total economic impact of Vertex AI study. They interviewed our largest and our most mature customers and found that customers receive 397% ROI over 3 years after moving to Vertex AI. Some factors that contributed to that ROI are as follows: 70% less time preparing data and creating and training models, 60% faster model explainability, 40% less time spent deploying models, 60% less time spent monitoring models. The Forrester TEI study clearly shows the tremendous value our customers are receiving from adopting Vertex AI. Let's jump into how Vertex AI facilitates moving through these milestones of AI adoption and why customers rely on us. The first milestone is democratizing access to AI. This is important because you want to inspire your teams and start small. Vertex AI's range of no-code to fully customizable capabilities enable everybody in your organization to contribute to AI. From software developers with no AI expertise, picking our pre-trained APIs up right off the shelf, to data analysts using BigQuery ML, to data scientists using a single notebook interface across data and AI products, to our ML engineers using robust and integrated ML ops tools to empower everybody else. Vertex AI and its deep integration and interoperability with Google's Data Cloud enable everybody across your apps, your data, and your AI landscape to contribute. The second milestone is unifying your data and your AI. This is important because you want to make your teams efficient while controlling costs and having the right security in place. Google's Data Cloud, which includes Vertex AI, lowers time to AI value by driving standardization, productivity, and collaboration. This supports all of your data types for any workload to drive all of your innovative experiences. Most importantly, it has a robust common foundation across how your teams interface with it, how metadata is logged, compliance, security, permissions, and governance for IT, data, and machine learning teams. The last milestone is operationalizing AI at scale. This is important because if you're unable to reach this milestone, all of your organization's interest in AI will be for naught. It's more important than ever to make sure you're getting returns on your investments. Vertex AI's flexibility and centralized MLOps enable production AI across all use cases and all requirements. And although Vertex AI is well integrated, being modular is a key to fitting into our customers' existing systems. Vertex AI supports any framework and hardware to train and serve models. And built in, you get all of the management and governance tools along with the controls that you need. Now let's hear from Brice Miranda of Orange about their journey with Vertex AI.
So thanks, Nenshad. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be with you. Hi, everyone. So I'm Brice Miranda, Data, AI, and Automation Deputy for Orange France. For those who don't know, Orange is a major telco company. We provide network services and digital services to our customers around the world. And Orange France is a business unit from Orange Group in France. So Orange has worked with Google Cloud for 2 years now to deploy what we call our real data and AI, as an opposite to the science fiction data and AI you'll find in the media. And I'd like to share with you 3 key lessons we've learned in our journey. The first one is focus on arriving and expanding. So I have to tell you that at Orange, we use data and AI to reach 3 main ambitions. We want to increase our revenues, we want to maximize our savings, and we want to improve our customer experience as measured by Net Promoter Score. But 2 years ago, we discovered that with our legacy systems, data warehouses, data lakes, on-premise, we were facing some painful limits that would not let us reach our ambitions. So we decided to move to the cloud. We examined several cloud providers, and we chose Google Cloud Platform for 2 reasons mainly. The first one is a quick arrival. And the second one is the best-in-class tools. So I have to mention BigQuery with all its serverless capabilities, with all these machine learning embedded tools, very easy to use, very helpful. And also Vertex AI. In Orange, we use it mainly for MLOps functionalities such as versioning, such as continuous deployment, continuous training. So once again, yes, you have to focus on arriving, but also on expanding fast if you want to get the value. The second point is that AI transformation can start small. So at Orange, we think that we have to strike the right balance between business needs and tech capabilities in order to find new use cases in ideation phase. Once we do that, our teams, they are really able to find a lot of use cases in very various domains. And these use cases, they are feasible. They bring value, but they are pragmatically feasible, I would say. And originally, we thought that we would only generate value through blockbusters, but in real life, it's a bit different. We did have some big bets, but we also had a lot of smaller projects. And that's fine with us because these small projects, they help us to move smoothly, step by step. And people, they don't see a big disruption in their jobs. They see a continuous improvement. And we really appreciate that. And that leads me to my final point, which is humans plus machines equals to value. So what does that mean? At Orange, we are strongly committed to deploy what we call responsible AI. And responsible AI has a lot of rules. And one of these rules is about the fact that human beings always take the final decision. So AI is a tool for them to help them to take the final decision. And is very important for us, and we really think it's much more valuable compared to, let's say, standalone AI projects. Doing that, we think that there's a learning curve with AI, like with any new tool. You may have some surprise, some mistakes, but you also have positive results, quick positive results. And at the end, step by step, people get used to it and they like it. And we call that the smooth transformation, because the more people they see a place for themselves in the future, the easier they adapt. So finally, to conclude, I would say that we face two challenges in the future. The first one is data democratization. We want really to democratize data and AI to the world, through the whole company, and not only to the experts. And we may use a lot Vertex AI in order to do that. And our second point is really to dig deeper in generative AIs, which we feel could be very disruptive in the future. So thanks for your attendance. Going back to you, Nenshad, and have a good day.
It was wonderful to hear of how Orange has gotten tremendous value out of their usage of Vertex AI. 2 points that I wanted to highlight. First, the importance of being able to democratize data, which Brice talked about in his presentation, and how Vertex enables this. And the second is about the ability to responsibly combine humans and machines in being able to make data-informed decisions. With that, thank you very much for joining today's session.
Hi everyone, welcome to the Contact Center AI session at Data Cloud and AI Summit. I'm Shantanu. I'm the product lead with Contact Center AI team at Google Cloud. And with me is my colleague, Andrea.
Hi, I'm Andrea. I'm the UX lead for Cloud Conversational AI.
Generative AI and large language models are driving new opportunities across the board. We can now make sense of complex data and access it in ways that was not possible before. And that can be used to power online interactions in customer service scenario. It can be used to generate more content and also really unlock the possibilities of AI and data at enterprises. We're introducing generative AI and large language models across our entire portfolio. So whether you are an AI practitioner or a developer or a business user, you can benefit from these innovations. So if you want to engage with the machine learning models, you can go to Vertex AI. And in the model garden, you can get access to all the latest large language model that Google Research and Brain have published. In the future, we actually want to expand that to host other open source models as well. Similarly, we are now introducing generative AI APIs, which work on top of that model for specific use cases. For example, you could use the Palm APIs to do clustering or generate summaries. And then you can build generative content using Generative AI Studio. As a developer, you can use our Generative AI app builder to actually create specific applications for your specific context. For example, we're going to talk in a lot of detail about infobots, which allow you to just point to a document base and generate conversational experiences out of that. We package all of this technology into specific industry solutions like Contact Center AI, Document AI, Discovery AI, and Healthcare AI, and make it easy for you to consume all of this technological innovation. So let's talk more about Contact Center AI. We've been in this space for now almost 5 years, and we have got a really good understanding of the challenges faced by both users as well as agents and contact center owners. On the user side, there is the frustration of long waits, of being driven down hierarchical IVR trees and not being able to get the information that they need or the task they want resolved in an intuitive manner. On the agent side, there is the constant churn and high onboarding costs that are associated with contact center operations. The contact center managers are frustrated because they feel the contact centers are still a little bit of a black box and they don't understand what's going on. They also find it really difficult to use their existing legacy contact center stack and inject AI on top of that. With Google Cloud's CC AI, we are supercharging conversational AI for contact centers. So we have a wide portfolio of products that is built on top of our CCI platform, which I'll talk more about. So firstly, we have our very popular virtual agent development platform powered by Dialogflow, where you can create conversational AI experience to automate tasks and really help your users resolve issues without even reaching out to a live agent. With Agent Assist, when the conversation gets escalated to the live agent, we can assist the agent and really make them empowered to handle those questions appropriately. And finally, with Contact Center AI Insights, we can look at the entire conversation and help generate actionable insights for your business decisions. All of this AI technology is served through Contact Center AI platform, which was launched last year. With Contact Center AI platform, we have tried to reimagine contact center as a service product and really create an AI-first CCaaS, which serves all of this amazing AI technology to our users. So what are we doing with large language models in CC AI? The way we think about this new technology within the context of CC AI is through three lenses. Firstly, user first. We want to create experiences that really wow your users, so that your users could get access to the information in a very intuitive manner. We also take that a step further and actually help end-to-end resolution of issues using the experience that we are creating with LLMs, with transactional bots. And finally, we want to make sure that that experience is multimodal, is using the full power of your CX. Secondly, we really focused on being developer-friendly. Generating a high-quality conversational AI experience used to take months and quarters in the past. With the latest technology, we believe you can set up those experiences very, very fast. With innovations like Infobot and transactional bots, which we'll talk more about, you can create these experiences in a matter of days and weeks instead of months and quarters. And finally, we care about being responsibly controlled. There is still a lot of apprehension when it comes to adoption of this technology. The way we are setting these technology up, we want to make sure we are taking your context into account when the customer experience is being designed, so that you can control how much the conversational experience can actually go out of domain versus stay within the domain that you have defined, so that you are in power of your customer experience. As I mentioned, CCI platform is the way we are serving this technology to you. We have now integrated a variety of out-of-the-box, what we call day one value solutions with CCI platform. So you could come in today and let's say you want to just summarize the conversation that's going on and upload that in the CRM of your choice. You could do that with our out-of-the-box summarization models. Or you want to figure out what's going on in your contact center, identify the right topics, so that you can create the right virtual agent experience. You can do that using Insights topic modeling product. And then there is a very nice virtual loop that gets created on the actual customer experience side, where you can take all of these topics and actually feed that into the virtual agent and create a great steering bot and an info bot powered by that. I'm now going to hand it over to Andrea to talk more about these experiences and how we are really introducing generative AI in our products.
Thanks, Shantanu. I'm going to talk a little bit about the ways that we're making it super easy for developers to create infobots. The first way is out of the box directly from your content. This is all created automatically by providing as little as your domain name. We're going to take the content from across that domain and use it to provide answers through the chatbot. You can also supplement that with business documents from a variety of sources. Once that bot is created, out of the box, it's going to be able to answer many, many user questions. And when it can't find the answer within your domain content, it has the fallback that it can use the LLM's world knowledge if you choose to allow it. To that point, we offer very granular controls over what types of generated content to allow and whether or not to allow them at all. You can even specify terms that you don't want to show up in answers. So we just talked about how bots can answer many questions right out of the box, but it's also easier than ever to have them actually complete transactions with your backend. And there are 3 new ways to have your bot complete those transactions. I'll talk about them now. The first is through pre-built flows. So we've looked across industries and built out a variety of use cases that you can add to your flow in just a single click. So this is for common things like checking an order status, authenticating a user, or explaining a bill, things like that. Those are available right out of the box. You just click it, add it to your flow, and you're provided with instructions about how to set up your API to handle that. Secondly, we've dramatically improved how you build graphs in the graphical interface. You no longer have to specify every possible route. That's all handled by AI. All you have to do is specify your business logic and the tasks that your bot should be able to complete. Finally, you have another option of how to specify those tasks. So instead of using the business logic graph builder, you can just use natural language instructions. And you can choose which type of flow to use depending on your use case, one may be better than the other. Next, let's talk a little bit about Agent Assist. So we have a few features that help your live agents service customers even better. Before the call, summarization gives them the context of the conversation that went on with the bot beforehand. After the call, summarization helps give them a starting point for their post-call wrap-up. Oftentimes, they don't even need to edit it. It's that accurate. And a new feature that I'm going to talk about now is called Agent Answers. So that's essentially using the info bot that we just talked about, but it's specifically tailored for live agents. So all your organization has to do is point to a set of content, and when the live agent is servicing a customer, if they get stuck, all they have to do is ask the bot for help. So here, we see that the live agent asks a question to the bot, they're given an answer, and they can just copy and paste that right over to the customer that they're working with. So again, these bots are powered by the same technology. They start by looking at the domain content. If they can't find it there, you have the option of using world knowledge. And something that's very useful for live agents is deep linking. And for developers, this is super easy to set up in your Agent Assist conversation profile. All you have to do is select the feature and point to a content source. And finally, I want to talk a bit about CCAI Insights. So this is where all of the conversation data from your human agents, from your bots, all comes together for analysis. And you can get deep insights like what are the topics that are coming into your contact center, what are people calling about, what's top of mind, and use that to make educated business decisions. A new feature that we're launching is called Customer Inquiries. And that is grouping the top questions that are coming into your contact center to give you an overview of, what's trending, what types of things do you need to address. And in addition to just surfacing the questions, we are actually generating suggested answers. So these question and answer pairs can be used in a variety of ways. You can use this to understand what are your customer needs, what do people care about, what are they having trouble with. You could also use it to improve your self-serve content. You could use it for coaching opportunities. And then finally, as Shantanu mentioned earlier, this enables a powerful feedback loop because you can actually use the content that's generated by Insights to improve your virtual agent experience for both end users, end user customers, and your live agents. So now I'm going to pass it back over to Shantanu.
Thanks, Andrea. So we've been very fortunate to work with customers across different geographies and across different verticals. We've been partnering very deeply with Bell Canada on making sure that how they adopt some of these day one out-of-the-box capabilities for Bell's end users. So Bell now transcribes all of the calls coming into their contact center and uses that analysis to really make educated business decisions, as Andrea mentioned. And now what we're doing is taking that a step further, and we are really excited about this collaboration. That's all we had for today. Thanks, Andrea, for joining me. Thank you, everyone.
Hello and welcome. Today, we're going to talk about how Richemont accelerates insights with SAP and Google Cloud Cortex framework. My name is Allison Hetrick, Director of Solution Engineering with Google Cloud Cortex framework.
Hello, everyone. My name is Arnaud Nepple, Data Lake Team Leader at Richemont.
We're going to introduce you first to the Cortex framework, and then I'll transition it over to Arnaud, who will speak about how Richemont is taking advantage of the framework for its business initiatives. Cortex framework takes advantage of our extensive data ecosystem experience with private data sets, community data sets, as well as public data sets, and combines that together with our scalable technology building blocks, such as Google BigQuery and Vertex AI, to incorporate a set of reference architectures, deployment accelerators, and integration services delivered by Google along with our partners. As a framework, Cortex helps reduce risk, complexity, and cost, and it helps many customers like Richemont and others accelerate their business outcomes. Most importantly, Cortex provides that foundation and launchpad for innovation. Let's take a closer look at the Cortex framework and help you understand some of the essential elements of the framework itself. First and foremost, Cortex has a foundation that starts with templates and content and predefined models available in Google BigQuery. Along with those models, we include analytics dashboard samples and content, as well as AI ML model examples and application layer templates for data sharing and microservices enablement. Cortex provides a foundation to help you get started and, most importantly, accelerate your journey with data analytics so that you can deliver on analytical insights across a variety of different line of business as well as industry-focused scenarios. And Cortex Foundation can help partner solutions more rapidly enable their data into their respective offerings and platforms. Cortex today provides many with the flexibility as well as the ability to reduce the time, effort, and cost to implement. So what's inside the Cortex framework? Cortex Foundation and the predefined models with Google BigQuery will support a variety of data sets, including SAP ERP, Salesforce, as well as public data sets, including Google Trends, weather data, and more, as well as interoperability for data and partner data sets and data sharing through the Analytics Hub. With all of the richness of the data sets available with Cortex Foundation, many customers choose Cortex to embark on their data analytics initiatives. And with that, we'll spend time today talking about one of our customers, Richemont, and how they're accelerating insights with the Cortex framework. So with that, I'll turn it over to Arnaud to speak further about their experience with Cortex and some of the advantages and benefits they've been able to achieve with the Cortex framework.
Thank you very much, Alison. Let me briefly introduce Richemont. At Richemont, our portfolio includes Maison delivering exceptional products and services around jewelry, specialist watchmakers, fashion and accessories. Our headquarters are based in Geneva, Switzerland, and we employ more than 35,000 people all around the world, especially in Europe, where we centralized our manufacturing. Let's go directly to our use case. Here, our Maison Cartier, one of our Maisons, is challenging us on two aspects. How to improve the data freshness for data coming from SAP in order for them to take operational decisions in BigQuery. And more on the tech side, IT side, how can we improve the way we develop and the way we transform, modelize those SAP data in BigQuery. And this is exactly here where Cortex is a real game changer for us. Here you can see a supply chain use cases. We are talking about modules around procurement, distribution, stocks. And for who you know a bit SAP, the background is quite complex if we are talking about SAP raw tables. We are talking about a lot of tables, a lot of flow to ingest, and even the standard code or the standard left join are quite complex to build. And here, Cortex is a really game changer because it will allow you with this open source concept to download all the, let's say, SAP use cases and SAP business contents that will prevent you to develop from scratch all the flow, all the tables with the standard codes and standard structure and standard left joins. Here is a simplified flow using Cortex from SAP data. Kind of classic, Cortex contains a data foundation layer, kind of integration layer, where you will be able to download all the data structures and by one click or two click to plan and apply and simply load the data from SAP into those already prepared structure table. Then a second layer for enriched data will contain standard code with standard left joins that SAP is using in the source. We are still in BigQuery, so we can have, if we want an extra layer, in order to add, for example, filtered data, we can put our IAM and security layer, and we can also add all our specifics. Very important for whom use SAP. We know that at source, we have a lot of specifics, and those specifics must be reflected into BigQuery. And this is exactly where the open source concept of Cortex is quite useful, because accessing all the code, it's really easy to add your specific cases, specific rules, in order to deliver the data to our Maison Cartier and the other Maison. I confirm that this Cortex project has been a success thanks to the collaborative effort that we did with Google and Cartier on business side. We are starting with workshops in July, talking about the business use case, a very important step. We went through the project setup, data ingestion, very important data model and pipelines, where Google helped us to change the code on Cortex in order to add our business needs and standard left joins, production preparation, tests, and I can confirm that we are going into production with this solution during this month. Outcome. So I confirm here that using Cortex, we have been able to ingest data from SAP into BigQuery, into already prepared pipelines. We did not build any new flow from scratch. We have been able to enrich those data with our specific, thanks to the open source concept. We have been able to add our specific layer to contain our IAM, our security, and also our filters. And today, Cartier is able to retrieve those data live or micro batch in order to take their operational decision in BigQuery on their side. Lesson learned. I can confirm that ingesting data from SAP is challenging. Very important aspect is to take into consideration as soon as possible the separation of the Cortex standard and your specific. Then, from my point of view, really important to be focused on the use cases. It's a wrong situation, wrong path to take, let's say, trying to ingest all the data from SAP into BigQuery. But by really being specific on our use cases, we have been really able to achieve what the business was needed. Here, I hope you enjoy. Over to you, Alison.
Thanks so much, Arnaud. What's really exciting about some of the experiences that Arnaud has shared with how Cortex has benefited Richemont is that it's truly delivered on the ability to reduce risk, complexity, and what we hope will ultimately be cost, not only for Richemont, but for many of our other clients that are taking advantage of our templates, content, and data solutions. Cortex Framework will help you not only accelerate business outcomes, but it will also benefit as that launch pad for innovation. Its flexibility, its extensibility to be enhanced and taken advantage of for a variety of different use cases is really part of the value of what Cortex can bring. So how do you take advantage of Cortex? You can learn more about it on our website at cloud.google.com/solutions/Cortex. You can also engage with our team. We're interested in learning more about your initiative and your projects and your use cases and helping you to get started in that way. And last but not least, you can get started with Cortex today and get hands-on with the Data Foundation content. So feel free to check out the content available on GitHub. I'd like to thank you for your time today. Most importantly, I'd like to thank Arno from Richemont for sharing their experiences with the Google Cloud Cortex framework.
Welcome to this session on how to optimize your data costs. My name is Yasmin Ahmed. I am a managing director here at Google for product activation. And joining me for this discussion today is Sanjeev Mohan. Sanjeev is a former Gartner Research VP for Big Data and Advanced Analytics. In fact, FinOps and cost management are focus areas for Sanjeev as he consults across industries and with large enterprises. I'm very pleased to have Sanjeev here to share his thoughts with us today.
Yasmin, thank you so much for having me on this show.
So today we're talking about FinOps, a hot topic given the current climate. Enterprises today are seeking predictability and transparency in a tough economic climate. What we're hearing from customers is data volumes are growing, they're doing more machine learning and AI, more experimentation, which means today's BI and analytics workloads look different, somewhat unpredictable. As the pace of business has increased, so have workloads. They are dynamic, just like business is dynamic. For retailers, there might be a spike in analytics and workloads at Black Friday. For banks, it might be the monthly financial reporting that creates a spike. For telcos, those spikes come with seasonal events. So what we hear from enterprises is they want flexibility, the ability to handle unplanned changes in demand. And frankly, the old school ways of buying data platforms just don't cut it anymore. Over-provisioning capacity for 3, 6 months, even 2, 3 years means that you're overpaying for capacity that is not used. So within today's session, what we'd like to explore are the changes happening in the industry, what's driving the need for FinOps, cost control, optimization, and hearing from Sanjeev, better understand what are enterprises looking for, what options do they have for controlling costs. I will also reflect on some of our key announcements from the keynote here at Data and AI Cloud Summit, discussing how Google is responding to the need. Sanjeev, my first question for you. Why has the FinOps trend taken hold? What are you hearing from customers? Are they really struggling with that cost predictability and transparency?
So, Yasmin, thank you for asking that. What I've seen is the two major trends, especially this year in 2023. The first trend is, I would say data is a victim of its own success. We have more use cases, more data sources, more data transformations going on, and data is really being leveraged as a tool for competitive advantage, for instance. So organizations have this huge desire to leverage data and derive intelligence. So that's a usage of data. But on the other hand, what we are seeing this year is that there's also been some economic headwinds. So while organizations are not slowing down in the use of data, they do want to prioritize their spend, and they want to optimize. They want to make sure that the money that is being spent on these workloads are not wasted. And that is one of the big reasons why we are seeing a major push for FinOps this year than any time in the past that we've seen.
It's interesting that you talk about those points, Sanjeev, because at Google here, as we think about a framework around this, we hear the same things. We're hearing about customers talking about optimize. I want to optimize my workloads for the best price performance. We hear about enterprises talking about data. I need data so I can analyze and see where my spend is, and maybe even have the ability to do chargebacks to users, to teams, to projects. And finally, we hear customers talking about optimizing and controlling cost. How do you get that fine-grained control so that you can keep cost under control? So as enterprises move into the cloud, Sanjeev, I'd love to hear your thoughts on how are they seeking flexibility and the ability to optimize workloads? What are they looking for?
It's such an interesting question. Thank you for asking that, because on one hand, my customers tell me that our cloud bill is so many line items that it's very hard to manually try to figure out where the cost overruns are happening without some automation. But at the very same time, to your point about fine granular cost breakdown, they don't see that. What they really want to see is at three different levels. They want to see what is the cost per resource. For example, if I'm using PubSub, or I'm doing some sort of migration from on-premises Hadoop into Dataproc in Google Cloud, what is the cost at Dataproc level? Second thing they want to see is they want to see the cost at a user level. Which user is running some queries that are very expensive and maybe even aggregated to department level. And they need that because if they want to do chargebacks, for instance, then they need it at that level. The third level that they are looking for is at the workload level. Am I spending too much money maybe training my machine learning models, or am I spending more money in doing extract, transform, load, or running a BI report? So these are the levers that organizations want, and with these levers, then they are able to start the journey of FinOps. And that journey includes discovering, tagging, understanding where that cost is coming from. That's the very first step, because if you cannot identify where your cost is being consumed, then how are you going to optimize it? So that's the first step. The second thing then they do is they take that understanding and then they use it for budgeting, forecasting, and a chargeback model. And they also are looking for recommendations on how to reduce some of these expenses.
As you talk about the things that customers are looking for, Sanjeev, I come back to this concept we've spoken in the past about intelligent decisions. They want the visibility, the ability to make intelligent decisions, and they're looking to make those at a workload level. They want to get detailed. And so when I reflect on some of the launches we've just announced here at Data and AI Cloud Summit, we're launching BigQuery editions to meet that need, the need for customers to have optionality and really get to a workload level and make decisions about what features do they actually need. If you're running a POC, maybe you've got some basic ETL workloads, a standard edition is great, and it's the best price performance for that workload. Whereas if I have a workload that is mission critical, I need disaster recovery, extra compliance, then I want to go to Enterprise Plus. But critically, my workloads have different needs. And when we look across the industry, typically vendors make you choose a tier and all your workloads have to go into that tier. Well, when we built editions at Google, we saw that need for mix and match. So we delivered mix and match editions. You can have different workloads in different tiers and really get the best price performance. And in addition, what we also heard from customers, as you were reflecting on, Sanjeev, today's workloads, there are unpredictable workloads. So there's some workloads moving from on-prem to cloud, very predictable. They want to lock in a great price for an annual or multi-year commitment. But there's other workloads that they don't know if it will be there tomorrow, next week, next month. And so this is why also with these tiers, we introduced auto-scaling, the ability to only pay for what you use. When a query is running and you're consuming compute, you're charged for it. But when it's not running, that compute goes away. So it's really delivering best price performance for those different types of workloads that a customer has. So with all that flexibility, Sanjeev, you spoke a lot about reporting as well, having visibility. And we're seeing customers look for that visibility, the ability to analyze how the cost is spread across different teams, different departments. And we see lots of customers looking to that. So Sanjeev, as you think about CFOs, and the CFOs are scanning those hundreds of lines in those billing reports, why are they looking at costs so closely? What are they concerned about? What's creating challenge?
So, great question, Yasmin. One of the biggest challenges is that these CFOs have allocated a certain amount of budget for their cloud computing costs. And now they're finding out that whatever they had allocated for the whole year is consumed within 3 months. And that is causing a lot of problems, because now they have to go ask for more money, and then they come back to the data team and say, okay, show me why is this cost now going through the roof? And there is no clarity as to why this cost is going through the roof. So that is one of the reasons why the CFOs are so concerned with controlling cloud costs. The second thing that I want to bring up is, if we go back and see what happened when we started doing cloud migrations, in some way there was a stampede. We wanted to move from an on-prem, take whatever workloads we were running and then move it into the cloud. But if you don't have an understanding as to where the cost is being incurred, then you're going to lift and shift into the cloud, not take advantages of the cloud's auto-scaling, for instance, like you mentioned, and you are going to pay more than what you have paid in the past. So what the CFOs are saying is, let's understand where the cost is being incurred on premises. So like you said, we can intelligently move to the cloud and right-size our resources. Make sure that we are using the utilization of the resources is optimal, and we are not paying for wasted resources.
Yeah, and I think we're hearing exactly the same thing, Sanjeev, in runaway costs. You spoke about runaway costs. It's a huge challenge. What seemed like a reasonable cost when you got started, maybe even cheap, quickly escalates out of control. And we're hearing that as a recurring theme as customers move to the cloud. And in some ways, auto-scaling, an amazing feature, can contribute to that, because now dynamically, as a query is running, what Google is doing is we're adding compute to those queries, giving you the ability to really pay for what you're using. But in an environment that is constrained, a CFO needs to manage their budget. And so recognizing that, we wanted to deliver this amazing auto-scaling feature to the market that was really fine-grained control. You're really paying only for that compute you use. But we wanted to give levers that allow those CFOs, those IT teams to control cost. So with auto-scaling, you can set those max thresholds, baseline thresholds that mean your cost is managed. BigQuery actually manages that cost and optimizes the workloads to a cost profile. And that's hugely powerful. You don't need tons of IT teams looking at workloads, trying to manage them human-centric. You have BigQuery doing that. So unfortunately, I think that's all we have time for today. I'd love to just reflect on FinOps, hugely important area. We spoke about today why it's so important for customers, why you should care. And we spoke about the optimize, how enterprises are looking to that flexibility to optimize to price performance. And whether that's mix and match with additions tiers, using annual commitments, multi-year commitments combined with auto scale, really customers looking for that ability to get the best price performance per workload. We also spoke about, and Sanjeev mentioned, visibility, transparency, being able to see where that cost is, which department, perhaps even doing chargebacks to individual users, to departments and teams. And finally, we spoke about operate, the importance of having those levers. So with all of that flexibility and agility, you can still control cost. I'd love to point our audience also to the many resources that we have available to you here to get up to speed with what we're offering in BigQuery Editions today. And we'll also have more details on Editions in our upcoming webcast on the 5th of April. So I'd encourage you to register for that. Thank you, Sanjeev, for joining me.
You're very welcome, Yasmin. If I may add one last word, we have talked quite a bit on this segment about CFOs and their challenges. FinOps is everybody's problem on the data team, whether you're an architect or a developer. So I'm really glad to see some of these features that you've announced today, because they're going to help the entire data team get more disciplined.
That's some great final words, Sanjeev. Thank you. And thank you all for also watching and joining us here at Data and AI Cloud Summit 2023. We hope you enjoy the rest of the sessions.
Hello, and welcome to What's New in Google BigQuery. I'm excited to give you an overview of the latest enhancements in BigQuery, as well as a sneak peek at our upcoming capabilities. I'm Brian Welker, a Director of Product Management on the BigQuery team. For the last 3 years, I've been leading the BigQuery product development in areas like managed storage, storage federation, data streaming, security and governance, and data sharing. At the end of my presentation, we'll hear from my fellow Googler, Bruno Aziza. He'll be speaking with Boris and Warren from Booking.com on their data analytics journey and the problems that they're solving with BigQuery. BigQuery is at the heart of Google's Data Cloud, the most open and intelligent data ecosystem on the market. The Google Data Cloud supports every data use case, including applications, analytics, predictions, and visualizations. It supports every data user, including application developers, data engineers, data analysts, data scientists, ML engineers, and business users. With Google, organizations can manage each stage of the data lifecycle, from running operational transactions to managing analytical applications across data warehouses and data lakes. They can build rich, interactive, data-driven experiences and visualizations. Machine learning and artificial intelligence are core components to the platform, helping organizations not only build improved insights, but also automating core business processes. Google's Data Cloud and our extensive partner ecosystem can help any company become data-driven leaders in their industries. When we first announced BigQuery back in 2010, it was focused on a single use case, running SQL queries on very large data sets. And since the initial launch, BigQuery has evolved through continuous innovation. We've greatly increased the breadth of functionality and the types of workloads that BigQuery can handle. Some key BigQuery innovations over the last several years include multi-cloud analytics with BigQuery Omni, integrated SQL-based machine learning with BigQuery ML, support for open format data lakes with BigLake, built-in geospatial analysis support, data sharing through Analytics Hub, operational log analytics, real-time streaming data ingestion, acceleration of business intelligence queries, and finally, programmatic extensibility that goes beyond SQL. While you might not need to take advantage of every feature that BigQuery has to offer, Having all of these capabilities in a single integrated analytical data service ensures that you don't incur additional complexity of multiple products as your needs evolve. The pace of innovation has not slowed down for BigQuery. In fact, in 2022, BigQuery launched over 100 new capabilities across all areas of the product. And this is the most new capabilities added in a single year since we launched BigQuery. What's at the core of this continuous innovation? It's the BigQuery architecture, which takes full advantage of the same Google technical infrastructure that sits underneath the world's biggest websites. Includes our highly available and durable storage service, our scalable elastic compute service, and a high-speed network and distributed data shuffle tier that brings them together. The first cloud data warehouse to have decoupled compute and storage, giving you maximum flexibility and virtually unlimited scale. This architecture continues to be the foundation for continued innovation in BigQuery. In addition to customer visible capabilities, BigQuery is always improving performance. The best thing about performance improvements is that most of them don't require any work on your behalf. Because of our architecture, BigQuery doesn't have downtime for upgrades or maintenance windows. You see improved performance with no interruptions. A few recent examples include a new adaptive file sizing algorithm for Capacitor. This is BigQuery's internal storage formats, and it helps with queries against smaller tables. Our history-based optimizer uses the data from prior query executions for repeated or similar queries. BigQuery's dynamic concurrency and queuing model can handle spikes of thousands of simultaneous queries with no problems. And our new metadata caching system for Capacitor helps BigQuery to quickly identify the relevant data needed for a query. AZ Delta, one of Belgium's largest hospitals, was able to completely automate the query building process and rely on BigQuery's optimizer to deliver results without hand-tuning of queries. Building on our history of performance and scalability improvements, we're excited to announce the general availability of BigQuery autoscaling. Previously, we offered two pricing models for BigQuery Compute. The first is an on-demand model that offers pay-as-you-go pricing based on the number of bytes processed in a query. This model is really easy to get started with, but it does rely on customers to manage their query budgets. The second model is our slot reservation model. This provides a predictable fixed price for consistent workloads, but it does require customers to manage their utilization. BigQuery autoscaling offers the best of both worlds. With autoscaling, you specify your top-line capacity budget, and BigQuery automatically and continuously adjusts compute capacity based on your workload. New capacity is immediately available and even accelerates queries in flight. When demand increases, it goes up. When demand decreases, it goes down, even to zero. With BigQuery autoscaling, you get full control while only paying for what you use. BigQuery autoscaling eliminates the cost of manual capacity management and can deliver up to 40% compute efficiency gains over today's flat rate offering. While BigQuery has been expanding and evolving over the years, we saw it was getting adopted by a wide variety of customers, and each of them are at different points along their data platform journey. We realized that a one-size-fits-all version of BigQuery didn't match how customers want to consume it. And to address this need, I'm excited to announce the general availability of BigQuery Editions. This is a new model that offers a tiered pricing structure with curated feature sets for different customer workloads at different price points. The standard edition provides a core set of BigQuery capabilities at an affordable price and is a great choice for new BigQuery customers, POCs, and ad hoc SQL workloads. Enterprise Edition provides increased scalability, availability, security features like row and column security, and advanced functionality like embedded machine learning, business intelligence caching, and full-text search. The Enterprise Plus Edition is for customers' most demanding workloads, supports the highest level of resilience with regional disaster recovery and a wide range of regulatory compliance. All three editions are enabled with our new autoscaler functionality that I previously described. Now, unlike competitive offering, BigQuery supports the ability for a single customer to mix and match editions. For example, you can use multiple editions on different workloads over the same data. With both the Enterprise and Enterprise Plus edition, you can take advantage of optional 1 or 3-year slot commitments at a discounted price. Having a powerful and full-featured data platform doesn't matter if it's hard to adopt. And this is why we built BigQuery Migration Service, a suite of tools enabling fast and low-risk migrations to BigQuery. Migration Service provides 4 tools across the migration process: assessment, translation, data migration, and data validation. The best thing is that migration service is free to use outside of the normal BigQuery usage charges. The SQL translation provides fast, readable translations of legacy queries, including DML, DDL functions, and stored procedures. You can translate queries directly in the Cloud Console or at hundreds at a time through batch translation. On the right side, you see different source systems that are supported for SQL translation. And on the left side, you see some customers who have used BigQuery migration services to assist their move to BigQuery. Finally, I want to give you a sneak peek at the BigQuery roadmap for 2023 and beyond. In the migrations area, we're working on additional assessment sources and dialects. We're improving usability through query monitoring and query troubleshooting. Our increased investment in AI and machine learning includes integration with pre-built models for vision, natural language, docs, and translation. We'll offer programmable extensibility such as stored procedures in Apache Spark and Python UDFs. For data lakes, we'll provide metadata-based query acceleration and support for the Apache Iceberg table format. In the data sharing area, we're enhancing data publisher capabilities and working on data clean rooms. This provides a low-trust environment for sensitive data collaboration. And finally, in the security space, we're extending BigQuery data masking with user-defined function support, as well as improved row-level security functionality. As you can see, we have a lot of great features coming out. Unfortunately, I don't have time to go through them all in detail, so I encourage you to join our upcoming roadmap session where you can learn more. Now, let's hear from Bruno Aziza and Booking.com on their data analytics journey.
Hi, everyone. I'm Bruno Aziza. I'm really excited to talk with Booking.com today. Now, you probably know that Booking.com is one of the world's largest online travel agencies, but you might not know their data story. They use BigQuery at very large scale, 2 million nights booked every day, over 1 million queries a month, and over 2 petabytes of data scanned. And today, we have 2 rock stars to tell us about the detail of that journey, Barish and Warren. Let's dive right into it with the goals. What were you trying to achieve technically and from a business standpoint when you started this journey?
Sure thing. Thanks, Bruno. Maybe to set a bit of context, Booking is the largest online travel agency in the world, and a significant portion of our customers come through Google to book with us. And so Google Ads work through a dynamic auction system. And when you search, for example, for hotels in Amsterdam, an auction is run dynamically when you do that on the Google search engine. And different competitors bid on those keywords, and we, as Booking.com, want to win that auction. So if you could think about just the scale of something like that, just those 3 words that I use, hotels in Amsterdam, well, we have billions of keywords that every day we need to bid on. So we need to exchange those bids with Google on a very regular basis. We need to assess the performance of our keywords. We need to come up with new data models to be able to do that. So it's an extremely important part of our business, and it's also a part of our business that needs to be highly reliable, highly scalable, and just needs to work.
Highly reliable, highly scalable, billions of keywords. So this is both a volume issue as well as a speed issue. Now, you started with an on-prem system, and I'd love for the audience to hear from you, Warren, now. What were the circumstances you started with from Hadoop to modernizing into the GCP environment?
Yeah, sure thing, Bruno. So over the years, PPC sort of developed from sort of a nascent system into a vertically scaled up system. As the business grew, the requirements for PPC grew as well. And the legacy system was sort of built with on-prem infrastructure assumptions in mind. And it was reaching sort of the limits of vertical scalability. And what we wanted to do going into this project for modernization was that we wanted to really modernize our assumptions about what infrastructure can do, and also from the onset, start with horizontal scalability in mind. This really was different from the systems before. And in addition, our old system, legacy system, was kind of intertwined a lot of business logic into infrastructure assumptions at the same time. And we really needed to separate that out for us to develop and innovate faster.
Now, the new environment combines data flow, federated queries between Spanner and BigQuery. You gain both in performance and scalability. So tell us a little bit about the specific benefits that you've realized throughout your journey.
Yeah. As we went on this GCP journey, we started to realize that we got more benefits as we layered on more components and more GCP native components into our modernization effort. So it sort of all started with BigQuery. Our data analysis and a lot of our machine learning work runs using BigQuery. And that allowed us to accelerate what we could do on-prem with Hadoop, perhaps in hours, into something that was interactive in seconds. What we found out was that we can also add in using Google Dataflow to do ETLs on our data sets. We found performance benefits in this one that reduced our runtime, but also it made development much easier. So last but not least, we also started to use Google Spanner, and this really reduced our complexity compared to our legacy on-prem solution because using features like federated queries, that was a huge enabler for our data analytics team to query live transactional data directly from BigQuery, which is something that they're familiar with. So really the combination of these GCP native components allowed us to kind of see the force multiplication of these systems when we're running them together.
Baris, I know you're very involved in the process and how you prioritized and how you selected GCP. We all here want to know, what is your secret sauce? I think, Warren, you alluded to it first, which is we started with BigQuery as the center of everything, really. But Baris, give us a few more details on that. What did the process look like? What did you use as a mechanism to accelerate the adoption of the platform?
Sure. I think, and I would say, I would probably caution anybody in the field. I think as much as we like to play with tech, I think a big part of what we are trying to do is solve real business problems. And for us, we were starting to see real issues with scale and reliability. And I think at that point, that was the point at which we started looking at experimenting with some new technologies. We have a very experimentation-heavy culture at Booking. During a hackathon, we sort of set a goal for ourselves to do roughly 200x what we were doing, going from 5 million bit updates to 1 billion a day. And it seemed a little bit crazy, but it just forced us to look at things differently. And we did a proof of concept to start with. And from there, once we were able to achieve sort of the speeds and validate some of the assumptions that we had in our hypotheses, at that point, we engaged further with Google and really just had some iterative projects, very short-run projects to validate additional assumptions and be well on our way to building something much, much bigger, which is sort of where we stand right now.
I want to thank you both for taking the time to talk to us today and, of course, being such a great customer. Until next time, I'm Bruno Ziza.
Hello and welcome to What's New and What's Next with Google Cloud Databases. My name is John Murphy. I'm a Senior Director in Product Management for Google Cloud and specifically for our database portfolio. So I want to start by talking a little bit about our portfolio. Over the years, Google's had lots of people come to us. Many of you have wanted to talk about individual workloads, and we've responded by putting together a portfolio of different databases that are specialized for and highly capable for different kinds of workloads. So those include things like caching for super responsive user experience with Memory Store for Redis and Memcached. We've got a selection of relational databases, and those, again, are specialized to different purposes. Some of you have told us you're interested in moving Oracle workloads. Some of you have SQL Server workloads. Some of you are open source oriented and have MySQL and PostgreSQL. So for MySQL, Postgres, and SQL Server, we've got our Cloud SQL service, fully managed, highly available, highly performant, and with great data protection. Then, for those of you who are in the Postgres world, but who are looking for a little more than open source Postgres, we've got AlloyDB for PostgreSQL with more manageability, more performance. And then for people looking for massive scale out, massive horizontal scalability, we've got Cloud Spanner. Cloud Spanner also has a Postgres interface, but Spanner's got, again, essentially unlimited horizontal scalability and really amazing transaction throughput with over 2 billion transactions per second for Spanner at peak load. So just really unparalleled scale. Lots of developers have told us that you're interested in the ability to get started very quickly with a document database and to be able to put together, again, something that's easy to start with, but also massively scalable. So that's Firestore. And then finally, for those of you looking for an HBase interface for a key value store, and again, massive scalability, we've got Cloud Bigtable. We bring all of these things together with the database migration service. Obviously, many of you want to move workloads. Some of you are creating brand new workloads in the cloud, but many of you are bringing existing workloads. We want it to be easy to move those workloads. And then once the data gets to the cloud, we want to be able to move that seamlessly. You want to be able to access the right data in the right context, regardless of which of those specialized data stores it's optimized for and are optimized for that data. So data stream for movement. Our overall portfolio priorities include reliability and availability, security and governance. Those are things that you would definitely expect from us. We've been focused on them in the past. We remain focused on them today. As more and more businesses scale up in the cloud, the ability to manage, observe, debug, optimize at scale has become more and more important. I mentioned before simplified migrations. That remains incredibly important. Integration, the ability to talk between different components, whether those are different databases or to AI and ML models. And then, of course, financial governance and cost. Many of you have told us that you're tired of complex pricing models, that you're tired of the kind of complex licensing models that you've gotten from some other vendors over time, and that you really do want to see a simple pricing and licensing model. That's always a big focus for us. It remains a big focus for us going forward. So we've released a bunch of technical capabilities in line with those business priorities. And I want to talk to you about what some of those have been just recently. Last year, we previewed AlloyDB for Postgres. So this, again, is for those of you who have seen the momentum in the developer community that Postgres has gotten, who've seen how excited people across a range from small businesses all through large enterprises have gotten about Postgres, but who are looking for a little more. In particular, looking for more transactional performance. AlloyDB outperforms open source Postgres by about a factor of 4x there. Looking for a higher SLA, 4 nines. For real-time business insights, that really comes down to the ability to run analytical workloads at great scale. Postgres open source can run analytical workloads. And in fact, quite a lot of customers do run analytical workloads in open source Postgres. But with AlloyDB, we've got columnar engine, and we use ML to identify workloads that will benefit from that columnar engine to produce 100x faster queries. So that's a vast 2 order of magnitude improvement in performance, and really something that makes this a very, very capable database for those combined workloads between transactional and analytical. The ability to integrate with ML and AI, and then, of course, transparent and predictable pricing. So we're GA now with AlloyDB, and we're already hearing from you that you're seeing these benefits that we've talked about. We've got a customer here who's moved from a competitor to LODB and is seeing 3x faster performance and 60% lower cost for a similar instance size. So this is a really compelling customer story. I mentioned AI/ML earlier. There's sort of two ways to think about AI/ML integration in a database portfolio. One, we use these technologies to make the database itself better, to do things like automate vacuum management, memory management, to identify queries that will perform better in that columnar engine. But the second thing that we do is look at integrations between models and the database. And the value here is that we can take complexity away from the developer. So instead of the developer, in an example like the one that's on the screen here, doing fraud detection, having to deal with the database queries and the ML model lookup and combine those results in their own code, we've got integration between Vertex AI for the predictive models and the database so that the developer's job is faster, easier, so the developer's more productive. This is GA for LODB, and it's now in preview for Spanner. Spanner and big table change streams. I talked earlier about integration across the portfolio. Again, lots of you have told us that you're excited about individual databases and that you like the fact that you can choose a database that's optimized to your particular workload, but you don't want your data trapped in that repository. You want the ability to leverage it across the portfolio. So the ability to have change streams and to have real-time streaming and data replication across the portfolio is also incredibly valuable in delivering for the business, for the actual end user. And we now have these real-time change streams for Spanner and Bigtable. For SQL Server, we're bringing point-in-time recovery. Again, this is part of our Cloud SQL portfolio of databases. For the Cloud SQL portfolio, we are very, very focused on performance, availability, manageability, and data protection. So one of the things you told us was that you wanted those point-in-time recovery capabilities extended to SQL Server. We've been able to do that. I talked a little bit earlier about insights. We've heard more from you about wanting to understand how your database workload functions at scale, being able to optimize, being able to debug, being able to make the data available as quickly as possible to your end user. So we've introduced system insights for Cloud Spanner to address that for Spanner customers. So this is the ability to have graphs, to have metrics, to have summaries, and to have that in a really consumable, easy user interface so that you can do those kind of optimizations for your Spanner workloads. We have a great story here from Manhattan Associates. Again, here we've got a business that's focused on innovating, that's focused on serving their own customers, and they don't want to put their R&D investment into tasks that we can automate away for them. So they're running a very large fleet of databases with just a few administrators, and they're able to do that because of the management that Google Cloud can provide. Because the managed service can remove the complexity, can remove the time sink, can automate away those repeatable tasks. So what's next? Well, a few things. Data stream for BigQuery enhancements, the Google Cloud Ready program, and a little bit more than that. So I'll start with data stream for BigQuery. This, again, is part of our integration story. We love the fact that when you come to us and say, hey, I want that optimal database for optimal performance, for absolute convenience for a particular workload, but I don't want the data trapped in there. I want it to be usable. We love the fact that we can address that with these data integration capabilities. So data stream makes it easy to move your data between repositories. And in particular, going beyond the portfolio I showed you earlier, you have the ability to do that for BigQuery. So you can use your data in all the transactional contexts, but then you can also exploit all of the power and extensibility of BigQuery. And you can do that with minimal manual intervention. because the BigQuery integration doesn't just move the data, it also handles things like schema changes. So we're very excited about Google Cloud Ready for AlloyDB. You can see there's many familiar names on this chart, and these are partners who are in the Google Cloud Ready program and who work with AlloyDB to complete your experience beyond what Google alone brings you. We've got an ecosystem of partners who work together to bring you that complete solution. Finally, I want to close with an exciting announcement. We have heard from you about what you like about AlloyDB, but we've also heard from you that some of you have workloads that have data sovereignty requirements or needs to have data near the edge for performance reasons, or that you're just not ready to move all your workloads in one step. So we want to make AlloyDB available in more places. And we are introducing a downloadable version of AlloyDB, AlloyDB Omni. So it's still going to have superior transactional performance. It's still going to have superior analytical performance, those 2 orders of magnitude speed up in analytical workloads. But now it's going to be available in your data center, it's going to be available on your developer laptop, and it's going to be available in other clouds. So you can have all that AlloyDB goodness, including the CPU scalability. So open source Postgres, as you can see from the chart here, isn't as good at exploiting additional hardware resources as additional CPUs become available. AlloyDB is, so this really gives you the ability to take advantage of newer, higher end, more scale up hardware. And you can do that for those transactional workloads where you need to be able to manage peak loads. You have this massive scale up on the workloads that the ML engine in AlloyDB can identify as benefiting from the columnar engine. So 100x, it's the difference between walking and flying. It's a huge scale up. It's a huge performance improvement. And all of this, most importantly, is in this familiar context of Postgres compatibility. It's the ability to take both the skills you have learned for Postgres, the skills your developers want to use and are excited about, the ability to take the applications you're familiar with, the workloads that already run on Postgres, and just run them in an engine that has all of the goodness of Postgres, plus better vacuum management, better memory management, better transactional scalability, better analytical scalability, all of the pieces. So we are making this available today in a technology preview that's available for download. We couldn't be more excited to have been able to answer the question you've asked us about how you can make a more complete journey to the cloud, how you can start sooner. You can start sooner by having AlloyDB Omni available in more places. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Matt Acey and I run partner marketing for MongoDB, and I'm super excited to be here today to talk to you about how MongoDB works in tandem with Google Cloud. I'll start by giving you a little bit of information about MongoDB. You may not know much about us, so let me change that for you right now. MongoDB is the developer data platform, empowering developers and innovators to create, transform, and disrupt industries by unleashing the power of your data. We're headquartered in New York, have over 39,000 customers, and have had, since the company's inception in 2009, over 300 million downloads of the product. We also work with over 1,000 partners, technology and services partners. But I want to talk about one partner in particular, a partner that I love working with and that I think if you're here today, you probably also love. That's Google Cloud. I want to start by talking about a happy place. So I'm a skier, and I ski probably 150 days, well, over 150 days a season, always before work in case my boss is listening. But I love going to ski, and you can see that in my face in that picture. It's my happy place. In a similar manner, I think the combination of Google Cloud and MongoDB can be your happy place, certainly if you're a developer or if you're somebody who benefits from the work of the developers. I want to talk about why that's the case. Today, we know that a company's competitive advantage is tied to how well they build software around their most important asset, which is data. And I'm sure right now, if you're checking your email, somewhere in your inbox is some spiel from a vendor telling you if you just spend enough money, they can fix all of your data problems, they can give you actionable insights, etc. It's not true, or not really true, because ultimately you can't buy competitive advantage. Developers build competitive advantage for you by building those innovative applications that can change the way you interact with your customers. So keeping developers happy, recruiting developers, and retaining developers, and then making them super productive. Those are the key things that we have to worry about today, which again is why I love and why the happy place is MongoDB and Google Cloud. The problem is what we've been hearing from customers is that it's hard to innovate, that legacy relational infrastructure is hard to both program against or program with, because you're left with rigid rows and columns, and it's not really how developers think. It forces them into an unnatural way of thinking about data. And if they're used to object-oriented programming, and frankly they are, relational databases don't work that way. And they slow the way that developers build. One of the reasons that customers increasingly turn to MongoDB is that it offers a document model or a more natural way of working with data that scales. And one of the key ways that we scale is by running on infrastructure from a trusted partner like Google Cloud. And right now, MongoDB runs on over 32 Google Cloud regions, and that number just keeps going up. Our partnership with Google Cloud, and one of the reasons, again, that I just love working with them is Google thinks about developers in much the same way that we do and functions or tries to make developers as productive as possible. If you've used any of the Google developer tooling, it's fantastic. The developer experience is awesome. And I would say the same thing of MongoDB. And so that you put those two together, and again, it's the happy place. So in recent years, we've worked with Google Cloud across all areas of the company, from customer engineering to product to sales to marketing, with a singular goal of trying to make developers more productive and the companies for which they work more productive and efficient. Along the way, we've created integrations with things like Google BigQuery to optimize cost and performance, or DataStream to modernize traditional data stores, or G4 for offloading mainframes to ease the lives of developers in a seamless experience. We also have created together programs to help make it easy to make the decision to modernize with Google Cloud and MongoDB. And I say modernize, and when I say that, I hope you're not thinking lift and shift, because while that can be sometimes a way that customers or enterprises try to modernize, it's like not even getting really 10% of the way there, because that's just moving the same old application, and you move it to the cloud and you dust off your hands and say you're done. It's not really done. What I hope you'll think, and I'll talk a little bit more about this, is how modernization of your data infrastructure requires thinking differently about how you use that data infrastructure and about how your developers work. One of the key ways that customers benefit from this partnership with MongoDB and Google Cloud is through our integration with BigQuery. And we're not supposed to have favorite children. I have 4 kids, and I'm certainly not going to say on camera which is my favorite. And I'm probably not supposed to say which is my favorite Google Cloud service, but it's BigQuery. And the reason is BigQuery offers this powerful, simple approach to data warehousing that I think is just fantastic in how easy it makes it to work with data for doing deep data analysis. The problem for us, however, was that historically, it was hard to get data in and out of BigQuery from MongoDB. So in recent times, we've worked closely with Google Cloud to make it much easier to transfer, to stream data back and forth between the two. So one of the things that we did is we worked together to build data flow templates that make it simple to package a data flow pipeline for deployment. We also recently announced integration of MongoDB Atlas and BigQuery with Vertex AI to bring all the power of Google's AI smarts, and they're very smart, to MongoDB data. Developers can access, if you're worried about like, well, okay, so I want to get started, how do I do that? We make it easy with reference architecture and demos for retail and financial services scenarios, and we're coming out with more integrations and explanations of how to do this all the time. I encourage you to check it out. That's enough about kind of talking generically about it. What about customers? What have they found? I'll talk about one new customer or one relatively new in their life customer, and the one that's been around for a little bit longer. The newer company is Current, which was looking for a way to upend and change the way that we work with money and the whole banking infrastructure. Frankly, at a high level, they wanted to change the future of payments and modernize an antiquated banking experience. Well, they first needed to do that. They first needed to change their underlying data infrastructure. So they chose MongoDB, Atlas running on Google Cloud. For one, they needed a VPC peered connection with their GKE engine, GKE clusters. They also chose MongoDB because they wanted a flexible data model that they could use. Result, great customer experience, lower TCO, 500% revenue growth, and they doubled their customer count in the first 6 months. Really great experience. You might not be in that boat where you might have a lot more legacy infrastructure that you've got to deal with. So Forbes is a great example of how to do that. Forbes has been publishing content for over 100 years and created their first website in 1996. And since in the last 27 years since that time, they keep reinventing themselves. One of the things that, again, when I talked about modernization, one of the things Forbes realized is that they needed to change the way that they were architected. So they chose to go with, again, I mentioned GKE before, Google Kubernetes Engine. They wanted to go to a microservices-based architecture and chose GKE as a way to manage that fleet of over 50 microservices that they built. They also chose MongoDB Atlas because of the document model and, again, the flexibility and ease of working with data. One of the cool things that they built was this recommendation engine, scrape the internet for trending stories, and then either through a Slack bot or through their CMS, serve up those stories and those ideas to journalists so that they could write what customers wanted to read. Really cool example, and all enabled by the flexibility of Google Cloud and MongoDB working together. We've tried to make it as simple as possible so that you can get started like these companies and others have, and have a great experience at no initial cost with a pay-as-you-go model that allows you to only pay as you're successful in building successfully with MongoDB and Google Cloud. I really hope that you'll try it. To wrap up, I love Google Cloud and I love MongoDB and I love the two together. It's my happy place. It's like skiing the best Utah powder that you can imagine, having those two together. I hope that you'll experience the same thing. And I'm so grateful that you've been here with me today to listen. And I hope next to experience the power of MongoDB and Google Cloud working together. Thanks so much for your time today. See you on the slopes.
Hello, and welcome to the Data Cloud Summit. I'm excited to talk to you today about how to build data-rich applications 10 times faster on Google Cloud. I'm Ritika Gunnar, Product Management and Activation Lead for Cloud Databases, and I'll be joined today by our customer, Azitab Ajit, Director of Engineering of Data Platforms at ShareChat. Today's consumers expect their applications to provide seamless, convenient, and personalized experiences that meets their individual needs and their own preferences. To achieve these personalized experiences on a large scale, a shift is necessary in the way applications are designed, and the way they're constructed, and the way they're maintained. Applications today must be architected with scalability in mind and be capable of handling massive data volumes to accommodate the millions of users worldwide. Furthermore, they must be dependable, secure, and continuously accessible with flexibility to adjust quickly to changing business needs, and essential competitive edge requiring a unique set of experiences. The key to differentiation in these applications lies in their data-driven approach, leveraging numerous different data sources and volumes to create innovative and differentiated applications. At Google Cloud, our mission is to accelerate every organization's ability to digitally transform its business. A lot of cloud work to date has been focused on cost optimization, either building new applications directly in the cloud to prevent hardware purchases, or by reducing costs by moving technology to the cloud to be more efficient. But true competitive differentiation comes from digital transformation. And that's just not about lifting and shifting IT infrastructure, but it's about delivering value and innovation and experience in every part of the process in the application. This is the kind of transformation we can help our customers accelerate using the Google Cloud Platform. Google Cloud offers the best place to build cloud-first, data-driven applications using our cloud runtimes and databases. We enable you to get the products and services to market faster and provide you with the easiest path to building transformative, innovative applications. We help you do this by optimizing costs, by reducing operational overhead, enabling on-demand provisioning and elastic scaling, and using open standards that enable developer productivity. And we help you reduce risks because we deliver the always-on managed availability, security, and governance through our managed services. Our modern managed runtimes and databases portfolio is built for cloud-first applications, and we have our own firsthand experience developing scalable, reliable, and highly available systems, leveraging the same underlying architecture that powers Google's most popular, globally available products like YouTube, Search, Maps, and Gmail. We've taken these learnings and brought them to you in the Google Cloud Platform, making it the best place for all of your data workloads. The way we've built our core services, such as Cloud SQL, AlloyDB, Spanner, Bigtable, and Firestore, is truly differentiated. Our highly scalable distributed storage system, disaggregated compute and storage, and high-performance Google-owned global networking allow us to provide industry-leading and tightly integrated data services. Cloud SQL is our enterprise-ready and fully managed relational database for Postgres, MySQL, and SQL Server. AlloyDB is our highly performant, fully managed Postgres-compatible database, ready for your top-tier workloads and for modernizing your legacy proprietary databases into the cloud. In our performance tests, AlloyDB is more than 4 times faster than open source Postgres and 2 times faster than Amazon's comparable service for transactional workloads. It also delivers up to 100 times faster analytical queries than standard Postgres. Spanner, our globally distributed database service, processes over 2 billion requests per second at peak and has more than 6 exabytes of data under management with 5 nines of availability. Truly remarkable. And Bigtable is our fully managed wide column key value NoSQL database service for large analytical and operational workloads, which also has 5 nines and has over 5 billion transactions per second at peak with over 10 exabytes of data under management. Amazing, right? And finally, Firestore is our serverless document database with the rich development ecosystem and backend as a service. Firestore applications power more than 1 billion monthly active users. So, how are customers using the Google Cloud platform to digitally transform their applications? I'm going to walk you through some common design patterns we see customers using and show you how to easily and seamlessly stitch together the right cloud runtimes and data services together to create new applications. So let's get started. One of the first examples demonstrates how a customer can either move or build their internal corporate applications to the Google Cloud platform. Cloud runtimes are effective for private and internal applications. VPCs provide a secure network boundary for their apps and for their databases. IAP, or Identity Aware Proxy, can be used to secure access to private applications without the need for a traditional VPN. Applications can run in Cloud Run or a private GKE cluster, and over here, use Cloud SQL as a backend database. Now remember, Cloud SQL supports Postgres, MySQL, or SQL Server as an enterprise-ready, fully managed relational data service. Our second pattern involves serving AI and ML transactions. Today, every application and every transaction tries to infuse AI within it, but it's not always easy. But we make it as simple as possible to integrate AI, whether embedded in an application or for standalone insights. In this pattern, users are accessing an HTTP-based service with a global load balancer, which handles TLS termination. GKE autopilot workloads have been provisioned for both training and serving the ML model. AlloyDB here provides a high-performance Postgres-compatible backend to support the AI and ML performance requirements through augmented transactions by integrating with Vertex AI. Now, our next pattern is around building enterprise applications. True enterprise applications require multi-region capabilities, high availability, and global consistency for business continuity needs. In this particular example, GKE provides a highly scalable, regionally managed Kubernetes service that can be configured for active-active at global scale and for business continuity. Spanner here is used as a no-compromise enterprise-grade database that provides the best of the relational database structures and non-relational database scale, giving transactional consistency, SQL support, automatic sharding, and replication with unlimited scale and a fully managed and highly available database service. Now, most customer-facing web applications today expect low latency serving of insights for use cases such as personalization. And these patterns, BigQuery provides the historical data in its data warehouse, providing model training and evaluation. Bigtable provides high read-write throughput with extremely low latency. Bigtable can adapt quickly to fluctuating demand and can work with ML Run, TensorFlow serving, or Kserve GKE to serve real-time predictions at scale. And for our last pattern, you can see how customers can easily build customer-facing serverless web applications using Firestore as a document database. I hope these patterns demonstrate how our runtimes and databases are built to help you digitally transform and accelerate your journey to cloud-first applications. We've helped thousands of customers across a variety of industries accelerate their digital transformation journey, and we look forward to helping you as well. But now let's hear from one of our partners and customers, ShareChat, an Indian social media company, to hear more on their journey.
Welcome to Build Data-Rich Applications 10 times faster. I am joined by Ajitav Ajit today, who heads the data platform team at ShareChat. Now I will hand over to Ajitav for an introduction. Over to you, Ajitav.
Hello, Kunal. Thank you for having me for this session. I am Ajitav, presently working as Director of Engineering at ShareChat. I am taking care of data platform and tech platform at ShareChat at present.
So can you tell us a little bit about your company and why you choose Google Cloud's managed databases for your workloads?
Sure, Kunal. So ShareChat was established in 2015 and has a user base of more than 400 million users across our products. It bridges a very unique gap in the Indian social media ecosystem, one that connects our users who are not comfortable with English and allows them to freely interact in their local language of choice. Now about choosing GCP's managed databases. So we were running on a different cloud provider earlier, and we're finding it difficult to scale with our existing databases while keeping the costs in check. With increasing user base, our cost was also increasing, and that was a challenge. We were also looking for a long-term strategic partner at that time, and choosing GCP helped us on both the fronts. We went ahead with Cloud Spanner and Cloud Bigtable as the databases of our choice. Choosing this combination covered both the relational as well as non-relational use cases for us.
That is great. Like using Cloud Spanner and Bigtable both together to power the application is a great idea. Our audience would also like to know what benefits were you able to accomplish after migrating to Spanner and Bigtable?
Okay. So as you know, both these databases are fully managed and the unit of scaling just happens to be node. We were able to get a predictable read and write QPS per node. Both of these things put together gave us the flexibility to scale up or down based on our needs with minimal operational hassle. This same approach worked for both Bigtable as well as Spanner, which is our relational database of choice, as I mentioned earlier. It worked incredibly well for scaling reads as well as writes.
That's a great point that you have mentioned, Ajitav, because a lot of databases in the world, they, especially on the relational side of things, they only scale the reads as you add more nodes. But in the case of Spanner, just by adding nodes, you were able to get the read and write QPS both.
Yep, and that was one of the key factors in us going ahead with Spanner.
Amazing. So how has this migration allowed you to develop data-rich applications faster?
So both Bigtable and Spanner allowed our developers to focus on their applications and build differentiated features rather than actually worrying about managing the database itself. For example, we did not have to shard our databases on our own in order to scale the writes. Similarly, using Bigtable's versioned column family, our developers built some very interesting use cases. These out-of-the-box capabilities allowed us to build features without adding these complexities in the application layer itself.
But while you were having all of these developer productivity benefit by using Google Cloud Managed Databases, were there any cost savings and other efficiencies that you could achieve as a result as well?
Absolutely. So we are using the autoscaler feature with both Bigtable as well as Spanner. And that has allowed us to reduce the cost of running these systems by 70% in a particular scenario. Some of our data science clusters, which run on Bigtable, scales from 30 nodes to 175 node and then back to 30 node during a single day, directly giving us cost benefits.
Wow. That kind of scaling is simply great. It means you are only paying for the usage that you are having, and you don't have to develop any separate tooling around curtailing the usage of infrastructure when your users are not there. So Ajitav, do you have any key learnings from your experience to share?
Sure, Kunal. See, as you know, database is a cornerstone of any web-based application, and having a robust solution that scales well and is cost-effective is very, very crucial for any organization. Choosing Spanner and Bigtable has worked for us in optimizing on these parameters, and I believe the factors are going to be the same for audience as well.
Great points, Ajitav. Thank you so much for sharing this vital information with us. It was quite insightful.
Thanks, Kunal. It was a pleasure talking to you.
Wasn't that an amazing story around their digital transformation and ShareChat? At Google Cloud, we're recognized as a leader for database management systems, AI developer services, cloud infrastructure and platform services, and full lifecycle API management. Why don't you get started today and let us help you transform? Contact your Google rep to run a discovery workshop. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Kate Wright, and I lead the product team for the Looker family here at Google Cloud. The passion and enthusiasm our customers have for Looker is what makes this job rewarding. Looker is being used to solve problems in virtually every industry and company size imaginable. In fact, every month, over 10 million users access insights directly from Looker, and that doesn't even include our embedded users. Not only is business intelligence being used to improve the performance of marketing campaigns or optimize operational costs, but over the last few years, we've seen how our product and technologies have been used to save human lives. The responsibility is not lost on us, just how important getting access to trustworthy insights is. We firmly believe that by making it easy and reliable to get trusted metrics everywhere, you can transform your business. During last fall's Next event, we made one of the biggest announcements in Looker's history. Looker was adding a new family member. The very popular Data Studio became Looker Studio. Millions of users love the agility of this product to quickly connect to over 700 data sources, to explore and visualize data, and to share those results with others. But we wanted to bring greater capabilities and trust to Looker Studio. Last year, we made Looker's semantic models a selectable data source available for everyone to access their organization's trusted metrics from a tool they're already familiar with. Now users have the best of both worlds, the nimble agility to quickly connect to and visualize data, but also bring trusted metrics into Looker Studio for reliable self-service BI. Users can even blend unmanaged data with trusted data from Looker inside Looker Studio. We believe this is going to accelerate your organization's data-driven innovation and culture. We also listened to customers' feedback, wishing Looker Studio had some additional functionality, such as support with SLAs, improved capabilities for supporting data compliance obligations, and content management. Looker Studio Pro is our enterprise version, which addresses those use cases, while providing the same beloved self-service experience millions use on a monthly basis. But challenges with self-service BI remain in the industry as a whole, and we believe we have the solution. But first, let's talk about those challenges. Data leaders across the globe are grappling with the growing number of business intelligence tools used inside their organizations. As this quote illustrates, there are probably at least 2 BI platforms at your company, and likely many more. The growth of self-service has been transformative in fueling the growing appetite the workforce has for data. It's really exciting. But as the number of BI tools at organizations continues to grow, what we are hearing from customers are questions about solving the challenges they are creating. Fundamentally, the issue boils down to a matter of data chaos and trust. The promise of self-service BI was that everyone could be an analyst and get their own insights, not having to burden technical teams for reports. The bulk of the BI market is made up of tools that enable people to be analysts more easily, with little to no training. But when people with little training and data are contributing, it quickly erodes any consistent business logic and metrics used across your organization. This can lead to data chaos. For example, does everyone define customer lifetime value the same? No. We hear from customers how they struggle to scale a thriving and healthy data culture because people don't trust the data. And we've found that trust in data declines when there's no approved business metrics for everyone to work with. So folks create their own, and you end up with many versions of the truth. Or data extracts become days or weeks out of date, and the insights aren't valid anymore. Without reliable access to fresh and trusted data, organizations can't scale data-driven decision-making. Given these challenges, we asked ourselves the question, how can we extend a single source of the truth to all of your organization's users, regardless of the BI tool they prefer? This is exactly the problem Looker's founders set out to solve, which eventually turned into a multi-billion-dollar acquisition by Google Cloud in 2020. The cornerstone of Looker being a single source of truth for all, its innovative semantic modeling layer. Looker's semantic layer is a logical business representation of data from the cloud databases used in your company from within and outside of Google. This enables end users to self-serve their BI needs with common business terms, without having to navigate the technical complexity of data infrastructure or compromise your organization's compliance obligations by giving users direct access to sensitive data. Now, of course, SQL is the de facto language of data. But SQL has challenges when it comes to being used consistently, being reusable, and offering the richness needed by BI tools. Looker's founders had the vision of innovating with SQL so that data analysts could take their SQL skills and their business knowledge and codify that for everyone to use and reuse with the freshest available data. One of our longtime customers, Scott of Wonderkind, said this at a recent event. If you teach someone SQL, they can help themselves. If you teach them LookML, they help everyone. It so authentically captures the soul of Looker's product, the vision that data analysts can share their SQL talents and specialized knowledge of the business with everyone at the organization. Here's some of the reasons our customers love LookML. First, it is SQL-based. So if you already know SQL, it's easy to pick up. And it supports more than 60 unique SQL dialects, taking advantage of its unique in-database architecture, which runs queries directly against a database, so you see up-to-date results every time. No need for those extracts. And you can leverage unique data warehouse-based features, such as BigQuery machine learning or querying nested tables. The collaborative and version-controlled developer workflows in Git enable teams to create processes around code development and version-controlled deployments, which help ensure availability and accuracy. And this is an important one. Updates to your model are global, so no one is working with outdated business logic, and you don't have to chase down the challenges that exist in all those workbooks. Granular governance permissions can be coded directly into LookML to easily automate data access controls at any scale. Now, let's take an example. Major League Baseball provides data to each of their 30 clubs across North America. There is business logic, which applies to all the clubs, and some which is specific to certain clubs or certain markets. MLB quickly understood the benefit of Looker being able to support their use cases from a single semantic model. Today, Looker's semantic model is core to all the use cases it supports. This strength powers the breadth of business intelligence we support at Looker, from self-service to embedded analytics, and from data-driven workflows to data products. But we've listened to our customers and the challenges they face in their landscape, and we recognize it is hard to take full advantage of this today. Your users don't all want to give up their tool of choice, and we get it. We want you to have that choice, and we want every experience where your users work with data to benefit from repeatable trust. Today, we're excited to announce another significant evolution in Looker's product that supports Google Cloud's commitment to an ecosystem, which is open, unified, and intelligent. Today, we are announcing the Looker Modeler. Looker Modeler is a metrics layer, but unlike any other offering on the market, it's powered by LookML. Looker's semantic modeling layer has been market tested for 11 years and proven successful at companies of every size and industry for making trusted metrics available to everyone. This new offering will extend Looker's single source of truth beyond the walls of Looker's UI and bring confidence and trust in data like never before. Looker Modeler will support embedded analytics and custom data applications, API use cases, feeding trusted data into other systems and automated processes. Looker Modeler will also support advanced analytics powered by AI and ML tools. And of course, self-service BI from the tools of your choice, starting with Looker Studio and Looker Studio Pro. connected sheets, Microsoft Power BI, and Tableau. We are also happy to announce a new partnership with ThoughtSpot, so you will be able to use their experience on top of Looker's trusted semantic model. For IT, the Looker Modeler reduces demands on your time, making it easier to manage self-service and reduce the data chaos. And for the business, this brings a single version of the truth into all contexts, ensuring they can trust the data they see. The Looker Modeler has packaged together the core elements of Looker's innovative semantic modeling capabilities into a singular product offering. Your trusted metrics must be accessible everywhere, so we've built direct integrations into the most popular data analysis tools. But we also know the tool landscape in large enterprises is complex and diverse. So today, we are also announcing a new SQL interface to the Looker semantic model. Any tool that works with SQL will be able to connect to Looker's semantic model via standard JDBC. Additionally, we are extending the standard SQL language to support analytics model concepts like measures, which allow BI tool vendors to provide more intuitive experiences for end users as they explore dimensional data, drill down, and summarize results. Looker Modeler is bringing the best of Looker to your users, even if they are not using Looker for self-service. Let's take a look and see how metrics created in Looker Modeler will help your users downstream. We can see how Looker is an available data source in Looker Studio, whether it's our free or enterprise version. This is what a unified ecosystem is all about. Additionally, we can see how Looker is an available data source in Microsoft Power BI. This is what an open ecosystem is all about. Once you have created metrics in Looker Modeler, the sky is the limit on what you can do with it, far beyond visualization. The open SQL interface supports our goal of being the most open BI platform in the industry. But this is not all we're doing to be open. Let's look at an intelligent example of more advanced analytics capabilities built on top of Looker's trusted metrics. With that, I'd like to welcome and introduce Peter Bayless, the founder and CEO of Sisu.
Thanks, Kate. We're super excited about this product integration. Sisu's purpose-built to reveal, interpret, and deliver statistically significant insights so everyone can know what's happening with their business metrics and quickly diagnose why changes are occurring. With Sisu, everyone can take immediate action based on fast, comprehensive, and actionable insights using all of the context in their semantic layer. Today, once you identify what's happening in Looker, the immediate follow-up question is almost always to understand why it's happening. And this is where Sisu comes in, to supercharge your analytics workflow with AI and ML, using your semantic layer to help it answer these questions. Accelerating this manual investigation is why we integrated Sisu and Looker. This integration lets you understand why your metrics are changing quickly, augment your analytics to deliver immediate business impact from your semantic layer, and ultimately add new depth to your insights using AI and ML. We're receiving exciting and positive signals from customers about the amplified impact Looker and Sisu will have at their organization. As Landing put it, without leaving Looker, we can use Sisu to go beyond our dashboard to quickly understand why our metrics are changing and drive faster business decisions, all with the click of a button. To see what that click of a button looks like, let's take a closer look at how this integration works in action.
Instead of having to filter this dashboard or manually slice and dice this data in Explorer if I want to know what's going on with any metric in my dashboard, with the Sisu Looker integration, I can simply go to the tile I'm interested in and ask Sisu to do the work of looking at my semantic model, pulling in data, and ultimately telling me what I might be interested in. In this case, Sisu identified there was a significant change between two recent periods and gave me a waterfall chart to help explain that difference. It also highlighted out of the many segments present in my data where I might want to look in terms of what's trending and what might be surprising to me. In any one of these results, I can pull back into Looker and Explore. I can run more analyses in Sisu, and I can take these results and put them inside of my Looker dashboard so that as new data arrives, my insights are up to date. This is the magic of the Looker Sisu integration. All the goodness I'm used to in Looker with my semantic layer, my dashboards, and my data products, coupled with Sisu's ability to go and identify and highlight what matters most to me and to my stakeholders.
Thanks for having me, Kate. We're really excited about the joint Sisu and Looker product integration.
Thank you, Peter. I am confident that trusted Looker metrics, turbocharged with Sisu's AI-powered insights, are going to drive smarter and better outcomes for our shared customers. Repeatable, trusted metrics are required to scale your data culture without data chaos. This is what you can do with the Looker Modeler. So let's talk about what you can do right now. Looker Modeler will be available soon in preview. See the link below to sign up. If you are a Looker customer and want to try Sisu, there is a free trial of our private preview of Sisu. Sign up below. Looker Studio, our free version of Looker with connectivity to over 700 data sources, including Looker models, is available now, as is our enterprise version, Looker Studio Pro. And lastly, soon Looker Google Cloud Core will be available in the GCP console and will allow you to activate and start using Looker for enterprise BI and embedded use cases right away. Looker is how you give your users smarter, data-driven experiences. Thank you for joining us today to learn about how we are ensuring you can use trusted metrics everywhere with Looker and the new Looker Modeler.
Hello, and welcome to today's session, Looker and the Databricks Lakehouse on Google Cloud with Oakbrook Finance. I am Jamie Milbourne, the EMEA GCP lead at Databricks, and I have with me today Ed Ball, the head of data management at Oakbrook Finance. Today you'll get a quick overview of the partnership Databricks has with Google, and then we'll quickly dive into Ed's story at Oakbrook. After many years of managing multiple data silos on another cloud provider, they consolidated all data, analytics, and AI workloads on the Databricks Lakehouse on Google Cloud. Leveraging Databricks, Google Kubernetes Engine, and Looker, Oakbrook Finance now has a single data platform that addresses all critical data, analytics, and AI use cases to deliver significant benefits to both internal and external customers. Databricks partners with Google Cloud to deliver its Lakehouse platform with Google Cloud's global scale. Under the partnership, organizations can use Databricks to create a lakehouse capable of data engineering, data science, machine learning, and analytics on Google Cloud's global, scalable, and elastic network. Databricks on Google Cloud deeply integrates with Google BigQuery's open platform and leverages Google Kubernetes Engine, thus enabling customers to deploy Databricks in a fully containerized cloud environment for the first time. With this integrated solution in the data cloud, organizations can unlock AI-driven insights, enable intelligent decision-making, and ultimately accelerate their digital transformations through data-driven applications. Global businesses need the ability to quickly deploy applications at any scale, and the elasticity to scale them up or down depending on their needs. Delivering Databricks Lakehouse on Google Cloud enables customers to rapidly provision Databricks on Google Cloud's global network, with advanced security and data protection controls that are required for highly regulated industries, and with the flexibility to quickly adjust usage based on the needs of the business. Today's story will be looking specifically at the Databricks Lakehouse on Google Cloud, Google Kubernetes Engine, and Looker. Now I'd like to turn it over to Ed so he can share a little bit about how Oakbrook is leveraging data science to increase revenues and to improve the customer experience.
Thanks, Jamie. Hello, everyone. So my name's Ed, and I'm the head of data management at a company called Oakbrook. We've been working closely with Databricks and Google to build our new data platform, and I'm going to share our story with you today, and hopefully you'll see how these technologies can come together to solve some of the problems which you may also have. To set the scene, Oakbrook is a medium-sized financial services company. We've been in business since 2011, offering personal loans online, direct through our website, and via price comparison sites like Money Supermarket. As a relatively small player in the loans market, technology, data, and analytics have always been a key part of our success. enabling us to move quickly and make better lending decisions. We use a variety of different data sources to gain new insights, develop our strategies, and improve our models. That includes highly structured data like consumer credit files, through to semi-structured data like bank transactions from our open banking providers, and all the way down to unstructured data like audio files of call recordings. You'll know if you work with data scientists that when I ask what data do you need, the answer is always all the data. Now, along with our data and analytics teams, we also have a highly skilled set of software engineers at Oakbrook. They've been working over the last year or two developing a brand new software platform which runs everything from our loan application and decisioning process to the online customer portal and email and SMS delivery. So this platform, which we call O6K, is a set of microservices running in containers and hosted in Google's Kubernetes engine. And because all these services are producing events left, right, and center, our analysts obviously want access to all of that lovely data too. An average of 9 million events a day at last count. And let's not forget, as those of you who work in regulated businesses will know, that we also have to ensure the right level of governance and control over our data. We have ISO 27001, we have the Financial Conduct Authority in the UK, and we have auditors swarming around endlessly. Data protection, security, auditability are non-negotiable. And to bring things to life a bit more for you, I'm going to introduce you to two of our Oakbrookers. I know Databricks have their Bricksters and Google have their Googlers, while Oakbrook have our Oakbrookers. So we have Dave. He's one of our data scientists. And we have Sumanth, one of our data engineers. Obviously, a couple of key users of our platform, and I'll use them to illustrate the journey we've been on. We'll come back to them a bit later. So hopefully that gives you a good idea of who we are and what type of environment we're working in. Small company feel, big company ambitions. And as the company has grown, so too have our data needs. For a long time, we made do with multiple SQL databases fed by legacy ETL processes, extracting data from our operational data stores and making it available to the analysts and data scientists. It worked fine, kind of. We've always been cloud native at Oakbrook. Previously running a managed SQL environment in another cloud environment, this continued to serve most of our needs for a few more years. Data volumes gradually increased as we expanded the business, and time went by. Data users mostly happy writing SQL, creating their own jobs and tables, but also starting to use other languages like R and maybe Python. Now, they couldn't run this code in a managed environment, so a new little world started to develop off to the side, using data from the central platform, but processing it in another place. A place with a bit less governance, perhaps. A place also with increasing demands for server resources. So Dave, well, now he had a data platform which didn't support his preferred languages, didn't scale sufficiently to run his workloads, and was also approaching a hard limit on data storage. In short, he wasn't too happy. And what about Sumanth? Well, Dave is one of his key users, so when Dave's unhappy, then Sumanth's probably unhappy too. Sumanth's stuck in the middle between the places where the data's coming from and the people that want to use it. When the software engineers change a data schema or add new fields, Dave wants the data straight away. But Sumanth had to recode the ETL packages, update the SQL database schemas, etc. And all of this work went on the backlog with a small team. It might get done in a few weeks, a few months, or maybe never at all. And because the ETL processes he supported had grown increasingly complex, and the managed instance was starting to struggle for resources, Sumanth spent most of his time fighting fires. Cancelling jobs, rerunning processes, and resolving user issues. He was stressed, he wasn't learning anything new, he wasn't happy either. So clearly, something needed to change. We had a legacy environment with limited storage, we had no ability to scale, complex and unreliable data flows, and generally a poor experience for our engineers and analysts. When we started assessing the options for creating our new platform, there were a number of key criteria for us. We knew we wanted scalable compute separate from storage. We knew we wanted a platform which would natively support our data science and advanced analytics. We knew we wanted a flexible and open platform which could support different languages and integrate easily with different services. Obviously, we wanted it to be cost-effective, and we knew we couldn't compromise on security. In the end, Databricks was the only solution which ticked all the boxes. Since our O6K software platform was already in Google Cloud, it made sense for our new data platform to be there too. We could use cloud storage to host our Delta Lake, and Cloud Functions to take pub/sub events from O6K and land them ready for further processing. We get security, resiliency, and high performance as standard, and where it makes sense, we can still integrate with services on other clouds, such as Power BI or MongoDB, where we have existing expertise. We can also easily explore other great Google tools, such as BigQuery and Looker, to superpower our analytics. So now we have our internal application data flowing nicely into our bronze layer. We have our data engineers writing Databricks notebooks in PySpark to take that raw data and produce clean silver tables for our analysts. And we have a gold layer with more curated data being used for reporting dashboards and downstream applications in tools like Looker. This is really exciting. With Databricks and Google Cloud working together, our engineers and analysts can hopefully provide us with the next evolution of our lending or collection strategies. But in the data world, we know we're not measured on how much data we have, whether we're using the trendiest technologies, or how many processes we have running. What we're looking for is genuine business value. And that's why I'm talking to you today, because with Databricks on Google Cloud, we're really starting to see that come through at Oakbrook. Yes, there are cost savings for us across our whole platform, and these should increase further as we decommission more of our legacy environment. But more than that, the combination of these technologies has enabled us to embed advanced analytics into our core platform. We've been able to deliver changes in days, which would have previously taken weeks or months. With only a small team of engineers in the last 12 months, we've helped the business to launch 2 new products and implement a fully automated collection strategy. Alongside all this, we have a platform which is faster, more reliable, and more secure. And finally, Dave and Sumant are much, much happier. Thank you. Back to Jamie.
Thanks, Ed, for both your participation in this session and also your continued support for Databricks on Google Cloud. And to all of you that have participated in today's session, thank you for your time. And as a next step, I would propose the following. Go to either Databricks' webpage or direct to the GCP Marketplace and spin up a free 14-day trial of Databricks on GCP. It is easy and will only take a few minutes. Thank you all for your time viewing this session. Have a lovely day.
Hello everyone. We are here to talk about Analytics Lakehouse on Google Cloud. I am Anu. I am a strategic cloud engineer in Google. We have one of our customers, Hugh Wayne, with us.
My name is Huiwen Wang. I'm a lead architect at Dun & Bradstreet. Here, I'm going to give an overview on our journey to GCP and how Google helped us.
Thank you, Hugh Wayne, for joining us and for your time. Every data-driven organization wants to leverage the vast amount of data that is available today to make informed decisions, improve business process efficiency, and drive innovation. According to Statista, global data creation is projected to grow to more than 181 zettabytes by 2025. The total amounts of data created is increasing rapidly. The data value gap is expanding. But only 20% of the organization believe that they realize tangible value from the data. Here is the quick evolution of data analytics platform. Historically, data warehouses supported most of the analytical needs of the enterprises. People used it to build reports to monitor the what and why of the business. Now, as business needs continue to evolve, data started to grow, and unstructured data, semi-structured data, the use of data lakes started to become popular. Data lakes also enabled organizations to offer advanced analytics or machine learning-based solutions for effective decision-making. But an important distinction here is that these two systems were managed and maintained by different teams, leading to data silos, which made it difficult to analyze all the data in one place. And what developers and engineers had to do as a workaround is keep moving the data around, lots of ETLs, which is an expensive process from cost, maintenance, and latency standpoint. This is one of the prime reasons why it is hard for organizations to extract value from data. This is also known as the data silo problem. Now, when organizations are moving these workloads to cloud, they want to break these silos, but building more platforms doesn't get you more value from the data. Problem of data distribution between data lakes and data warehouse continue to exist in cloud. The Lakehouse architecture, which combines the key benefits of data warehouses and data lakes, emerged to address some of these issues. It eliminated the need to create and manage multiple data copies, moving speed to insight. Real-time and consistent data lake to reduce data tiers and movement by bringing parity across data lakes and warehouses, with features like asset support. The standard Lakehouse architecture, however, does not solve the issue of cross-cloud analytics, real-time processing, and democratizing AI ML. And building an additional data lakehouse platform only adds another siloed layer, as there is no one-size-fits-all solution. Google Cloud is extending the benefits of Lakehouse architecture into an end-to-end analytics lakehouse to bring analytics to your data, no matter where it is stored. The Analytics Lakehouse enables organizations to extract data in real time, regardless of which cloud or data store or the format the data resides in, and use it in aggregate form for greater insight and artificial intelligence with governance and unified access across teams. The ethos of Data Lakehouse is about believing that all the users can and should be data users, regardless of technical capabilities. By providing an underlying and centralized effort to make the data accessible, different tools can sit on top of the lakehouse that meets each end user's capabilities. Customers build the Analytics Lakehouse on Google Cloud to improve data-driven decision-making by unifying data and governance across multi-cloud platforms to bring consistency to their data and reduce risk, gain efficiencies, reduce costs, and accelerate time to market. Our vision is to provide you a cohesive multi-cloud platform for analytics. Here is how we can combine some of our tools to make it happen. BigQuery and BigLake help solve your challenges with data silos. Dataplex helps solve the data governance requirements for rapidly changing regulations. Dataproc Serverless provides you with resources you need to process your data without having to worry about provisioning or managing the infrastructure. With cross-cloud transfer, you will be able to do cross-cloud analytics, and this data is universally accessible through tools like Looker, ML AI models in Vertex AI, BigQuery, Dataproc, covering all your analytics needs. So these services include full support for open source to give you flexibility of choice and interoperability. With that, I would like to invite Huwain to talk about Dun & Bradstreet.
Thank you, Neil. At Dun & Bradstreet, we certainly have all the challenges you mentioned, and we certainly need to solve all those problems. Dun & Bradstreet started to collect business and company data almost 200 years ago. Since then, we helped our customers and clients grow through the power of data, analytics, and data-driven solutions. Our dataset contains over 500 million company business data. We assigned each company a DUNS number globally. Our vision in GCP is to build a data cloud with a centralized data lake, unified processing platform, deliver data to customer as a service, reduce cost, and improve performance. Before GCP, this is what we have in AWS. 20 applications, 500 million business records, 200 terabytes, 400 nodes of big data cluster. Our challenges, we have data duplication across 20 applications. Performance is not good. Management of such big infrastructure is complex. Our technology stack was old. We used Hadoop. For data warehouse, we used Snowflake. It is expensive to operate such infrastructure and Snowflake in AWS. This is our reference architecture for data cloud in GCP. On the left-hand side, we have data sources. On the right-hand side, we have customers. In between is our data cloud. The key architecture decision for the data cloud: one, centralized data lake. Eliminate data replication. Two, metadata-driven approach. Business owner can come to the platform, register their data set, configure the data quality rules, configure the pipelines. The platform dynamically generates the workflow pipelines. The process in the data cloud first start with collection of data. We use GCP cross-cloud data migration service for that. Then we process data with data Spark. We have quality check, change detection, data transformation, lineage, and audit. Then we store the data in GCS bucket and databases, include BigQuery. For analysis, analytic, we use BigQuery and BigLake. We use Looker at the front end for reporting. For AI, we are looking into GCP Vertex for machine learning. After that, we deliver data to customers through APIs and also through GCP Analytics Hub. This is what we mean by data as a service. Customer can get the data they need anywhere from the world. They do not have to worry about where the data comes from, how to process the data, how to prepare the data. And also in this platform, no more data silos, no more 20 applications. They are all unified onto this one process platform. In this process, also we collaborate with Google. We improve the performance of our long-running job by 50%. Overall, we achieve performance improvement by 5 times. Key results, we greatly improve the productivity. Data owner registered new data source without requiring any new development. This used to take 4 weeks in AWS, now only 2 days in GCP. Engineers can come to our portal to self-service provision GCP infrastructure and the environment. Behind the scene, the portal called Terraform modules. We have unified data lake and also with the fine-grained access control. Zero copy data share with external customer and also internal applications. In 2022, we migrate 5 applications from AWS into GCP onto this data cloud platform. We also built 10 new capabilities in this process. Lessons learned, migration patterns, there are 2 approaches, redesign versus lift and shift. Either way, do the right thing, meaning develop the best architecture first, then come up with consistent and automated migration paths. We also recommend to benchmark and monitor performance and cost before and after migration. For roadmap, we collaborate closely with the Google product team. Google's new feature in their roadmap help our project. By example, Google's new Big Lake table resolve our performance issues with external table in BigQuery. And also from our project, we have a new requirement, new features needed in GCP services. We discussed with the Google team. One example, data lineage in Databricks in Spark. Now it's on Google's roadmap. For the cost, we use on-demand cluster in GCP and also use committed use discounts. This improves our performance and also cut down the cost.
Thank you, Huwain, for joining us today and sharing DNB's experience with GCP. With Google, organizations can manage each stage of the data lifecycle, from running operational transactions to managing analytical applications across data warehouses, data lakes, and to rich data-driven experiences that break silos. Google Data Cloud helps break down data silos, improve efficiency and productivity of your data people, enable data as a product paradigm which fosters data-driven culture. Working together with our customers, we have created repeatable design patterns for our top priority analytical use cases such as anomaly detection, log analytics, churn prediction, predictive maintenance. These solutions bring product capabilities together with design methodology, data models, and reference architecture to accelerate your business outcomes. If you are interested to explore more, check out the white paper on building the analytics lakehouse on Google Cloud. Thank you again, Huwain, for joining us and sharing DNB's experience today. And thanks to all the audience for listening.
Welcome to everyone joining our applied demo for all things Data Cloud. We hope you've enjoyed everything so far at the Data Cloud and AI Summit. I'm Gabe Weiss, and today, in this rendition of Demo Tech Talk, we want to show you all how we've built an e-commerce platform and analytics suite to improve the end user experience and provide better insights to our customer behavior using data and AI. I'm joined by Jason Davenport, one of our advocate friends, and together we're going to walk through the demo and all of its components.
We keep hearing from our customers about how they've built great applications, but they want to know how to better leverage their data from their applications and take better action on that. We're going to dive into this today using our e-commerce demo platform, Online Boutique. This is an online application built with microservices and other modern software technologies where users can come, browse items, build a cart, and ultimately place an order for shipment to their address. But what if we could better understand what our customers were doing on this platform or trying to do on their platform? How might we be able to do this with data and AI? How might we surface the right products to customers at the right time and ultimately improve their shopping experience? How might we also add things into the system to suppress bad actors and use something like a fraud detection system? We'll showcase how we answer these questions and harness the capabilities of the open, intelligent, and unified data cloud today.
To start us off, let's walk through that architecture we created for these use cases using data and AI. For those following along at home, everything you need to set this up is available on github.com, and all you need is a Google Cloud project to get this deployed so you can play with it yourself. And as we walk through the various pieces, we're going to show some screens of things in action. We're going to focus on three themes in our architecture. We start with the improvement and unification of our transactional and analytical data workflows. Then we're going to cover advanced analytics, which builds our business value cases. And last, how we do this with seamless governance so that users get the right data at the right time.
Ultimately, we want to help you as the developer love what you're doing working with Google Cloud and make it even easier and more developer-friendly to build highly available and highly intelligent applications. So the first thing that we need to do is to persist our transactions in our database and then get this into our analytic platform. Gabe, how might we go about accomplishing this first part?
I wanted to say smoke signals, but you said persist. You know I'm here, so I'm going to say databases is where we're going to start. Picking which database is always a little bit tricky and depends heavily on the workload for your application and what other features or requirements you have. We have a number of databases available that could totally work in an application like this one. So let me talk for a bit about why for today, I picked AlloyDB for Postgres as the backend for our app. AlloyDB is a fully Postgres-compatible database with the benefit of complete disaggregation of storage and compute. Disaggregation means you can scale up the storage and compute independently, which means better control and lower costs. And I say Postgres compatible because unlike, say, Cloud SQL, which is a managed Postgres database, AlloyDB has been enhanced in a lot of cool ways. We often talk about our products from the concepts of being like open, unified, and intelligent. The Postgres compatibility highlights the idea of an open interface and embraces the idea of meeting you, our practitioners, where you are. We've taken the out-of-the-box Postgres and focused on integrating intelligent AI features directly. Just a couple of really cool examples. We've added something called the Index Advisor, which helps you be more productive by analyzing queries executed against your database and returning some recommendations for how to better tune the database, like how to add indices going forward. We've also added vacuum management. If you've worked with Postgres, you probably know that garbage collection on rows marked for delete can impact your database performance. Normally, this is part of your manual tuning process, figuring out when the best time is to do that. With AlloyDB, based on your workload patterns, it figures out the best time to do it for you, when to do the garbage cleanup with minimal disruption based on that workload pattern that you've got. And third, AlloyDB has a built-in SQL function that allows it to directly call a Vertex AI endpoint. This is super cool because it means you can tie the results of that AI question you have directly with the transactional data in line. So for example, being able to detect fraudulent charges as the transaction is happening in the database, rather than having to call out to some extra microservice to do the checking. Did I also mention that it's fast? So AlloyDB is faster than out-of-the-box Postgres. In our performance tests we've run, AlloyDB is more than 4 times faster than standard Postgres for transactional workloads and up to 100 times faster for analytical queries. For Online Boutique, the analytical query speed boost lines up nicely since we want to be able to serve up insights and recommendations back to our users directly in the app in real time. We also really wanted to highlight some of the integrated AI functionality, showing that we didn't have to build a lot of extra infrastructure to take advantage of our AI platform. Cloud Spanner totally could have fit the bill here, and we could easily have used it for the same application. If your application has a hard requirement for things like globally consistent writes, or you really need the highest availability service level agreement, 5 nines for Spanner, that would be for sure the way to go. We also know that our data needs to be delivered to our analytics platform, so we're using CDC, or Change Data Capture, to source our data in real time to our Lakehouse in BigQuery. DataStream is our fully managed ClickOps CDC product that handles moving that data from AlloyDB over to BigQuery.
All right, so here's where our analytics platform, or our analytics lakehouse, begins. For all of our data engineers, scientists, and analysts working behind the screen, we're going to be leveraging all of our BigQuery capabilities to build our analytic lakehouse platform, including its new capability to scale to 0, so we don't pay for capacity when we don't need it. We can also scale it when we need to using the autoscaler. We'll also need to run some SQL transformations on this data to make it more usable. For reporting and for feature engineering, we can use Dataform to help build these just using straight SQL. Dataform will automatically understand dependencies in our SQL and then build out data models accordingly, as well as provide us easy ways to start checking our data for errors or quality using assertions. We'll also join our structured and unstructured data together using Big Lake object tables, which now allows you to unify and run queries in ML over both object data and structured data. Here, since we've been able to marry those two object types along with streaming data, we can bring all these together and really unlock the capability of BigQuery. Last, BigQuery helps us keep our data open. Using BigQuery storage, any processing engine like Spark can interact directly with the data we've stored and generated, and there's no compute lock-in to access our data. This gives our developers options to run things like serverless Spark jobs on our data, but still have the results shared using BigQuery so our analysts have a great unified experience. Let's talk some more about how we've unified and improved the optimization experience once your platform's running. With the new Query Inspector, you can see a visual graph of your query, understand what may be going slow, and then we'll actually return recommendations for how to tune your tables or queries where we can for cost and performance. So now we've built our system, let's talk about how we can improve it, track history, and unify or simplify access management. To simplify access management, all of our data flows through the Dataplex. And with Dataplex, we can do things like understand our table-level lineage, which can be shown for all users and all tables automatically. This lets our users see the data, where it originated, what the end results were, and all of these things are done so that way we can actually track and understand our data quality and build trust in our data that we've created. Last, because all of this flows through, we can use a unified access model and data catalog so our end users can actually query data from any location, and we know that it will be secured in the right way so the right user views data at the right point in time. All of this is made available because Data Catalog registers every object that's created, whether BigQuery or whether an external table. And since all these are generated through this, we can now use things like infrastructure as code to manage these in a way that makes sense. So now that we've built the platform, let's talk about how users can actually get access to all that great data.
Google's Data Cloud will happily serve the data to anyone with access. But depending on the user, we might want to manifest our data or use cases very differently. For example, we might not want analysts directly accessing SQL tables. Not because they're analysts are great, but maybe we need to satisfy governance or some compliance requirement. We now have the ability to create a Looker semantic model. A semantic model is like a business logic layer sitting on top of your raw data in the Google Cloud Console that we can use to serve governed data to both our internal analysts and to our site as needed with an extensible API. Embedding Looker in our application using the Looker's APIs allows us to use a common model and share data securely for each of our user groups. Users can view their own analytics about purchase history and items, and we don't have to build two separate data models for internal and external use. We've covered a lot of groundwork here and how we created the backend and pipeline parts of our platform, but we haven't yet talked about one of the cool new things we've brought in, which is the AI. We've briefly touched on how we're using BigQuery ML, but let's expand on that. One of our key use cases, fraud detection, is a great use case for BQML. We can get the training data set directly from our operational data. All the transactions being stored in the database become that training data. And from that, we can build a fraud classifier directly in BigQuery using SQL, and then deploy that to a Vertex AI endpoint. Then without any extra infrastructure, in AlloyDB, we can call that endpoint. So our feedback loop becomes transactions coming into AlloyDB from our front end. Data stream pulls the relevant transactions into BigQuery, where BQML trains our fraud model. And then in real time, AlloyDB can call the Vertex AI endpoint to detect if we have any potential fraud and prevent the transaction from proceeding.
All right. So we've also implemented two components to improve our e-commerce experience for our end users. Using retail search and discovery, our customers can go through and use Google-created but customer-tuned models to give our customers better recommendations for things like buy next or also goes with, or just create a better natural language search for finding what they need on our platform. We could look to further extend this as more generative AI capabilities become available. Here, because we're unifying all these AI pieces, we've unified search and recommendation models. We can also get some additional characteristics for how we may promote or emphasize things to our customers. We can log each of these interactions and choose to have this data available back in BigQuery to make an even better feedback loop for optimizations and activation for our customers. And with all this data being usable in BigQuery, we can share it across our Data Cloud partners to create even more specialized insights and actions.
So let's go back to the application now that we've made all these connections and do a quick tour of the end user experience. First, we can use the new services to improve what we're looking into purchase. Then we can improve our ability to catch bad transactions with a seamless API call that our customers don't even need to see unless we detect a potential issue. Finally, our internal teams now get better analytics for things like campaign launches or new product introductions without seeing any data that they shouldn't. And one of the best parts is because AlloyDB has built-in read pools that allow you to scale it to handle these extra insights, you don't have to sacrifice the app performance or even spend a ton of your own time setting up replicas and load balancers.
So let's summarize here. For our 3 use cases to improve our application, we implemented an open transactional database. We built a unified analytics lakehouse and embedded multiple intelligent AI and ML capabilities into our application. We can't wait to see how our customers start using this application and how we, as developers, can continue extending it. Thanks to everyone for following along today, and for all of our users tuning in for how we are continuing to build the most open, unified, and intelligent data cloud with AI capabilities. For those who want to play with the demo that we talked about today, you'll find it on github.com. We'd love to hear your feedback for using this and how we can continue extending our demo, as well as making our platform even more loved for our developers. Please don't hesitate to let us know. With that, signing off for the Data Cloud and AI Summit, this is Jason and Gabe. Take care.